Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Dragon's Jewel by Millie Taden, narrated by Elizabeth Russell. Chapter 1. I am absolutely nuts. Gianna's insides twisted into a nervous ball of knots as she stepped off the spaceship into the spaceport. Pulling the small rollaway suitcase behind her, she drank in the futuristic interior. It was like she'd been transported to the future or an alternate universe. Well, she was on another planet. The architecture of the building was beautiful, with the curves and the tunnel-like corridors. The white and silver color scheme seemed a little too clinical for her. Then again, it could be the anxiety winding her insides with each step closer to her new future. Too late to back out now. She'd volunteered to be a surrogate for an alien shapeshifter on the planet Daria, a small planet on the other side of the Milky Way. As she understood it, the Draconis star system was much like Earth's galaxy. Daria was very similar to Earth. And here she was, about to spend the rest of her life being a sex slave and baby maker for an alien race. Damn. When put that way, it didn't sound so nice. But the species was dying out. They needed women from other planets to help repopulate after the Great War. What she was doing was courageous and selfless. And she loved babies. They were so cute. The program director said repeatedly the shifters would not force the women into anything. There was even an out clause in the contract that simply stated any time she wanted to go home, she was free to do so. However, pulling out of the program meant the money she got to ensure her mother's final days were the happiest in her whole life would have to be returned. As did the generous donation to a few of the Alzheimer charities she requested. Gianna would stick it out. For her mom, she'd do anything. The click of heels and the squeak of tennis shoes told her the other three women she shared the flight with had caught up to her. Reagan, Vanessa, and Katrina had fast become Gianna's friends in the few months they spent on the spaceship. "Onward to our doom!" Reagan winked at Gianna after falling in step with her. The curvy redhead was full of life, and she didn't hold back when it came to speaking her mind. Yet Gianna sensed a darkness that haunted the woman that she hid from others. They found out on the trip they would be going to the same house called Wintervale. The news only stirred her growing insecurities about the whole plan. The director and everyone else she'd talked to were leaving out information. She was sure of it. But she really had no choice. This was for her mother, who had struggled and suffered for years raising her. God, she hoped she wasn't walking into a space-age sex trafficking ring. She pushed the thought away, filing it in the back of her mind. A frown tugged at her mouth. She wasn't sure what type of shifter she would be paired with. When she filled out the paperwork, she left the question blank. It didn't matter as long as he was nice. Hence why she was crazy for signing up for this whole damn thing. Reagan bounced on ahead of their small group as they entered the main part of the spaceport. The woman was energetic, a little loud and funny. A little too excited to be a sex slave. Okay, Gia, stop it. This was a planet trying to rebuild and repopulate. Nothing more. Maybe Gianna should have read her contract more carefully. The Extraterrestrial Task Force, or the Alien Police, as Reagan called them on the flight to their shifter planet, said it was voluntary and safe. They even used the term sacred a few times. They've gone out of their way to make us comfortable and ensure we are pleased with everything. Gianna was trying to convince herself more than the others. But it was true. The spacecraft had an endless supply of food, a library, and lounge. All the comforts of a royal home. They even said that the house they were assigned to would provide everything they needed, such as clothing, food, money. And the selection process was thorough. Each of the women had gone through physicals and medical tests as well as IQ tests. They'd also had shots for things Gianna couldn't pronounce. She wasn't sure it was even in English. Of course they did. We're here to repopulate the planet. They need their birthing cows to be happy and healthy. Reagan turned and winked at Gianna, drawing a giggle from her. Vanessa frowned at Gianna. You did read your contract, right? Gianna glanced down as she hiked her tote higher on her shoulder. I scanned over the important parts. I know we're here to help repopulate the planet. I didn't miss that part of the exam. Katrina, the fourth woman in their little group, stepped beside Gianna. That's about it. Don't let those two scare you. With a forced smile, Gianna nodded. In all seriousness, it wasn't much different than her job on Earth. Well, except for the physical contact. She was a cyber cutie, which was like a cyber girlfriend. Most of her clients wanted a friend, someone to talk to and spend a few hours a day hanging out via the webcam. Occasionally, she got the creeper that insisted on meeting in person. Some of her clients requested her to dress up during their video chats. Some liked her to have virtual sex, which consisted of dirty talk and pleasuring themselves. She hoped the experience with the shifter would be friendly. It'd be nice to be pampered and possibly find love. A sigh slipped from her lips. Who was she fooling? I hope they're good-looking at least. She and her 3 new friends stopped at the information desk they were instructed to go to when they landed. The man on the other side looked human, but Gianna bet he wasn't. She wasn't sure she'd know the difference anyway. He had short brown hair with bangs that hung across his forehead and blue eyes that danced with happiness when he saw them. His face brightened and a wide smile formed. Waving his hands as he moved around from behind the counter, he said, Hi, you made it. Sit. Make yourselves comfortable. You are the first group to arrive. We have another one arriving soon. Then we'll brief everyone at once on what to expect before going to the hotel. Gianna didn't want to sit. She'd sat, lay around, and paced her small room on board the spaceship during the 3-month-long journey to Daria. At least it seemed like 3 months. Maybe it was longer. Moving to the large wall of glass, Gianna stared out. The spaceport sat on a cliff overlooking a city. Mountains were a beautiful backdrop surrounding it. Daria had 3 moons that even in the midday sun were visible. The sky was a stunning shade of baby blue mixed with lavender. Beautiful view. Gianna jumped at the deep, husky tone of a man. Facing him, she quickly realized he wasn't a man. At least not human. The notable difference was his long, silver blue hair and his navy blue eyes that seemed to have specks of light in them, like tiny stars in a sea of midnight blue. He had high cheekbones and the perfect pale skin that seemed to shimmer under the lights of the spaceport. I didn't mean to startle you. He smiled, and she was sure her legs were going to fail her. Then she'd fall on her ass and embarrass herself in front of the hot-as-hell shifter alien. Shaking out of the lust haze, she gave a nervous laugh. I wasn't expecting anyone. She turned back to the window, remembering what he said. It is beautiful. Is the whole planet this breathtaking? Most places, yes. He was still looking at her. She could feel it like a physical caress. Earth is the opposite. There are a few places that are naturally beautiful. In my opinion, anyway. She glanced at him, and a flood of desire washed over her. God, the man was hot. Would it be rude to ask him what type of shifter he was? She decided not to chance offending him. I've only seen those places in pictures. I lived most my life in the city battling asthma due to pollution and genetics. Wow, she was being chatty. She usually was when she was nervous. There is no pollution here. You may see that your breathing is better while you're here. She nodded. Good to know. The idea of never having to take breathing treatments again was amazing. Looking out over the city, she asked, Are there tours I could take of the area? He was silent for a long moment, which made her meet his stare again. A ripple of light danced in his eyes. Then he drew his brows together. But the play of emotions was gone in a flash. "I'll take you to see the city, the mountains, whatever you want." Heat filled her face, and she bet her cheeks were as red as an apple. "Does that mean I'm your surrogate?" Okay, so maybe she sounded a little too hopeful. His features hardened, and for a split moment she thought she offended him. "My lord?" Another shifter, like the one next to her, came into view. This one had short black hair and tanned skin. He was just as hot. Ignoring the newcomer, her shifter, she didn't know why that sounded so right, but he was hers. Smiled again. "Will you excuse me?" "Sure." He whirled around and growled at the other man. The sound sent a thrill of pleasure up her spine. OMG. If they all look like that, I'm totally in. Reagan looped an arm around Gianna's shoulder, making Gianna jump. She didn't see the other woman approach. What did he say? What did he smell like? A laugh burst from Gianna, and she pushed Reagan away. "Hush, they can hear you." Reagan shrugged and walked off. Gianna glanced at the two shifters. The dark-haired one met her stare, inclined his head, and rewarded her with a panty-wetting smile. Good Lord, she needed a cold shower when she got to wherever they were taking them next. A beep drew Voss's attention to his tablet he laid on the information counter. The first group of surrogates, 4 females, were gathered around each other in the seats Nigel set up for them. One of them was his mate, Gianna. Glancing at his tablet, he frowned. The second group of females were delayed. By a month. Voss took a deep breath through his nose, then exhaled slowly. Puffs of smoke rolled from his nostrils, indicating his dragon wasn't happy by the news either. The beast was already on edge that his mate was in a group going to Wintervale, the Wolf Pack. Nigel approached the counter slowly, then circled around to stand on the other side. Voss met his gaze, and the other dragon quickly looked away. Clicking off the tablet, Voss said, "The second group will not be arriving today. I forwarded you the message." Nigel jerked his gaze up, his brows bunched. "Ugh, this whole process is going to take forever." "I agree. However, I don't want the humans knowing about our advancements." Voss glanced at Davin, who stood a few feet away, slightly behind him. Davin was his enforcer. He wore his usual black pants and black t-shirt. His auburn hair was braided down his back. Voss typically didn't leave the estate without either Davin or one of the other guards with him. Sitting in a chair nearby the females was Azar, Voss's advisor and best friend. Azar gave a slight nod before returning his attention to Gianna. Hope bloomed in Voss's chest. Azar's intense stare at the female told him that his friend felt the pull to her. That was a good thing, because they agreed to share a surrogate. If she was a potential mate for both of them, it'd be easier to seduce her. Especially after they stole her from the wolves. "Let's get this started." Voss nodded to Nigel. The male inclined his head and darted around the counter to stand in front of the females. "Well, ladies, it looks like it will only be you 4. The other ship is running about a month late. I'm Nigel from the Night Flame Dragon Clan, and will be your Q&A guy. If you have a problem with your assigned house or shifter or any problem at all, call me and I'll have it taken care of." Nigel glanced at Voss over his shoulder and frowned before glancing at the counter. "Where are the comms?" Comms were their version of what humans called phones, although the comms were much more than communication devices. They were more of a personal advisor and assistance and fully voice-activated. Voss scanned the terminal, then saw Brazen, Night Flame's technical genius, advancing toward them. He carried a small case with him. The comms. and he was late. When Brazen passed by the females, he slowed and jerked his gaze to them. His chest raised when he inhaled, scenting the air. Interesting. A couple of seconds passed before Brazen snapped his attention to Voss and closed the distance. Voss raised a brow. "Everything okay?"
"Yeah, I got distracted."
Brazen handed the case to Nigel before moving to stand behind Voss. The male had been distracted by some secret project he refused to tell any of them about. Even his roommate Rise didn't know what Brazen was up to. Nigel handed out the phones to the females. "My number is in your contacts. Your house will send someone to pick you up tomorrow. Tonight you will stay at the hotel about a mile from here. Before you go, it's my pleasure to introduce you to Voss, Alpha of the Night Flame Dragon Clan and the King of Daria." Voss stepped forward.
"Thank you for volunteering for the program. Our planet is in the beginning stages of rebuilding and recovering from a century-long war, during which our females were either slaughtered or poisoned."
A few of the females sucked in breaths at his boldness. Gianna looked sad at the news. Voss wondered if the Earth officials explained everything they were supposed to. After a quick glance to Azar, Voss continued.
"You are here to help us rebuild. However, you will not be forced to do anything you do not wish. If you are mistreated, threatened, or uncomfortable for whatever reason, reach out to Nigel. Different arrangements will be made. Thank you and welcome to Daria."
Nigel crossed the small space to the females and talked to them about going to the location where a transporter would take them to the hotel. Voss nodded to Davin and Brazen to let them know they were free to leave. The two males headed to the front of the spaceport. Azar met Voss at the last row of chairs. Azar's gaze kept drifting to Gianna. Voss sensed his best friend was going to start in on him. For a split moment, he thought Azar would try to talk the female into leaving with them. Azar said, "She's our mate. You can't tell me you didn't feel the pull to her." Voss growled as he continued to their transporter. Of course the male would sense how Voss reacted to the female. They shared a bond, after all.
"I know."
Azar grabbed Voss's arm, stopping him. Voss glanced at the man's hand and raised a brow. They'd been best friends since they were hatchlings and grew up together. While they were in public, Azar was his advisor and right hand. All arguments between them had to be kept behind closed doors, or others would think Voss was weak. They didn't need another war to break out. Azar rolled his eyes but removed the hand. "We can't leave her here. She is in the group going to the wolves."
"I can't stop that."
Voss's dragon snapped and growled at the statement. It took every ounce of control not to go back and take her. When he saw her standing in front of the windows, peering out over the city, he couldn't stop himself from approaching her. When their eyes connected and he inhaled her intoxicating floral scent, he knew she belonged to him. To hear his best friend also recognized her as a possible mate was a wash of relief that told him the plan to share a surrogate would work. Voss wanted to take her home right then. Fuck everyone else. However, he designed the program so the females would be comfortable. They got to pick the type of shifter they were sent to. His mate had obviously picked a wolf, or she wouldn't be in the Wintervale group. "I don't like this." Azar glanced at the building where their mate was. His body was tense, like he was about to run in and take her. "What if there was a mix-up in her paperwork? We could make a mix-up? Come on, damn it! You're King of Daria! Do something!" The plea in Azar's tone and the longing in his eyes was a punch to Voss's gut. They'd formed a brotherly bond long before the war. After the war that wiped out the female population, Voss and Azar formed the plan to bring in females from Earth and other planets. They knew they had no choice but to share a surrogate due to the lack of volunteers. Voss wouldn't be able to share a female with anyone but Azar. And the first group to arrive had their true mate in it. The female smelled so good.
Another growl erupted from him, and he pulled out his comm from his pocket. After bringing up the files on the group of females, he found hers within seconds. Gianna Harris. Only living relative was her mother, who had Alzheimer's. According to the medical report, her mother didn't have long to live. She also didn't recognize her daughter anymore because of the disease. A pain formed in his chest. Sorrow squeezed his heart for his mate. It must be awful to have a mother that doesn't know you. Was that the reason she signed up to be a surrogate? Scanning the paperwork more, he noticed the type of shifter question was left blank. Interesting. Did she not have a preference? Well, Azar asked, what are we going to do? Voss raked a hand through his long silver hair and blew out a breath. As king, he had a duty to uphold his word. The relationship with the Wintervale wolves was fragile. It wasn't the time to break the thin line of trust. Yet he couldn't let go of his mate now that he had found her. A second in a lifetime. A blessing. May the gods help me. Voss advanced to the transporter. Come back tonight and get her. I'll fix the paperwork in the morning. Azar scowled. Why not now? Tonight, Azar. Quietly.
Chapter 2. It was early afternoon when Nigel dropped them off at the hotel. He had warned them not to go off the property without a guide, and only a guide employed by the hotel. That was until their ride to Wintervale arrived in the morning. Their room was more like a 4-bedroom apartment. The living area was small but cozy. It was a little plain. She had expected something different, maybe more alien-like. Then again, they could have modeled the rooms after ones on Earth to make them feel comfortable. Gianna walked to the sliding glass doors and smiled. They had a patio that opened to the pool. Vanessa walked over and stood next to Gianna. I didn't think to bring a swimsuit. Reagan entered the living room and joined them at the doors. We don't need suits. Just throw on a pair of shorts and a top. She opened the door and stepped out. Gianna followed her. She didn't plan to swim. It'd be great to sit and soak up the sun. After all, they'd spent the last few months on a spaceship. A sigh slipped past her lips as the warm sun kissed her arms. She kicked her shoes off just inside the door of their room, then padded to one of the lounge chairs. When Katrina sat on the one next to Gianna, she asked, Do you think we are the only ones here? Katrina settled back in her chair. I think this hotel was built for us and the others that will arrive in the coming months. Everything looks new. She was right. It would make sense. They had been at war. A part of Gianna worried if the tension between the different groups of shifters was still there. What would it take to spark another war? How safe were they? You're worrying again. Reagan sat at the foot of Gianna's lounger. Gianna shrugged. I can't help it. It comes from years of taking care of my mom. A pang entered her chest. The feeling of being a bad daughter bloomed. How could she leave her? Then again, the sight of Gianna began to scare her mom to the point she was having panic attacks. The hospital staff had asked her not to come back. Her own uncle had signed the paperwork that took Gianna off the visitors list. Gia? Reagan's tone held worry and sadness. Gianna shook her head. I'm fine. The surrogate program was perfect for her. She didn't have to live alone in a house full of memories of a mother who feared her presence. She had a new life, a new adventure. Reagan stood. I'm going for a swim. Who's with me? Kat and Vanessa perked up and said at the same time, I am. I'm going to enjoy the sun from here. I might join you in a few. Gianna stretched her legs out in front of her and positioned the back of the lounger so it laid back. The girls headed to the pool a few feet away. Reagan dived in, while Kat and Vanessa eased in by sitting on the side. Gianna closed her eyes.
It seemed only a minute or two until the sound of a man's voice startled her. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." He sat on the lounger next to her and scooted closer. "I said you're starting to burn." "Oh." She sat up and lifted her gaze to his. Gold-color eyes stared back at her. He was handsome, with coppery brown hair that covered the top of his ears and looked like he ran his fingers through it a lot. However, he didn't spark her internal flame like Voss did at the spaceport. The man extended his hand. "I'm Arden. I saw you ladies out here and thought I'd introduce myself." She took his hand and shook. "Nice to meet you. I'm Gianna." "How long have you been here?" He pulled out a small amber-colored jar and handed it to her. "This will help with your sunburn." She took the jar. "Thank you. What is it?" "A healing cream made from abretti berries and skyana bark." Staring at him, she hadn't a clue what those things were. Obviously, they were plants or herbs native to the planet. "Thank you," she said again. "Did you arrive today?" He touched her hand, and she slowly moved it out of his reach. He seemed nice enough, but something was off. Then again, he didn't stir the butterflies in her belly like Voss had. "We landed about an hour ago." Relief flooded her system when Katrina sat in the lounger on the other side of her. She extended her hand to Arden. "Hi, I'm Katrina." Gianna nibbled on her bottom lip. When she first met the other female, she introduced herself as Kat, yet she spoke her birth name to Arden, and her tone was a little stern, like the tone she would have used when she was an FBI agent on Earth. He shook her hand. "Arden." Kat glanced at her and frowned. "Did you fall asleep?" Gianna nodded. "Yeah, I know. Arden already told me." She held up the jar. "He gave me something to put on the burn." Kat took the jar from her, opened the lid, and sniffed the white cream. "What's in this? It smells like berries and dirt." Gianna snorted out a laugh, then covered her mouth. Arden said abretti berries and skyana bark. Kat pressed her lips together while bunching her brows. After a moment of studying the lotion in the jar, she called Vanessa over. When Vanessa reached them, she gave Arden a tight-lipped smile and sat next to Kat on her chair. Kat motioned to their male visitor. "This is Arden. Do you know what abretti berries and skyana bark are?" Vanessa glanced at Arden, then the jar. She sniffed it. "Nice to meet you," she said to Arden, then answered Kat's question. "Abretti berries come from an abretti tree. The berries are an edible fruit. The easiest way to describe them is they are like a raspberry and a blueberry merged into one fruit. They are round like a blueberry, about twice the average size of one, but are red. Although the healing properties is in the abretti tree sap." Arden smiled, which made him look a little boyish and shy. "You've done your homework. The berries have a different type of healing. They are more for soothing cuts and burns when it's mixed with other herbs." Vanessa perked up, the corner of her lips lifting. She was a doctor on Earth and did a lot of research of the planet's medical facilities and healing techniques. She was disappointed when she didn't find much from Earth's databases. Her interest was renewed when they boarded the ship that brought them to Daria. The computers on board were filled with all kinds of classes for them to take. Gianna took a few classes on cooking and the types of foods native to the planet, as well as history and language. She was relieved to find out English was a universal language on Daria. Vanessa handed the jar back to Gianna. "The skyana is a bush and very similar in appearance and healing qualities as the willow tree. The cream is safe for you to use. I would also get out of the sun before you get any redder." Gianna stood. "You're right. I can't believe I dozed off." Arden stood as well and took her hand. When she tried to tug it out of his, he tightened his hold. "Come to dinner with me. The food in the hotel restaurant is very good." Kat spoke up before anyone could. "We already ate and we're tired. Thank you for the offer."
She took Gianna's hand from his and led her to their room. Vanessa followed. Gianna hadn't noticed until they got inside the room that Reagan had gone in earlier. She was lying on the sofa, scrolling through something on her phone. She glanced up at them and frowned at Gianna. "Girl, I know." Gianna waved her off and sat in one of the two chairs. She opened the jar of cream and began putting it on her legs. Instantly, her skin cooled. "This stuff is better than aloe." Vanessa sat in the chair across from Gianna. Who was that guy? Gianna shrugged, but Kat said, "Don't know, but I didn't get warm and fuzzies." Reagan sat up to let Kat sit on the sofa. "What guy?" "Some guy. He came up to Gianna and just sat down. He looked like he was about to run off with her." Kat leaned over to look at Reagan's calm Nigel gave each of them. Gianna rolled her eyes as she rubbed the cream on her other leg. He did not. He seemed nice. "So do serial killers right up until they kill you," Vanessa said. By the time she was done with the second leg, the first one didn't look as red as it had been. "There has to be something else in this cream. I've never seen something make a sunburn vanish like that." Reagan studied her for a moment. "It's tech mixed with magic, the same that runs the power through the cities and their transporters. The aliens are far more advanced in everything than we are." "How do you know?" Gianna stared back at the redhead. Reagan waved her calm in the air. "What do you think I've been doing? Plus, I took a few techie classes on the ship." Gianna laughed and fell back into the chair. Vanessa shook her head. "You hacked into their computers?" "Ain't got nothing better to do." Reagan returned to tapping on the screen of her phone. "Plus, I need to know what the Earth government failed to tell us. Now I'm certain they didn't know." Gianna stood and moved to her room. "Order some food. I'm going to take a shower." As soon as she shut her door, she heard something hit it. The sound was soft, like Reagan threw one of the decorated pillows from the couch at her. She let out a breathy laugh and crossed to her suitcase. Welcome to your new life. A new beginning. Chapter 3. Azar slipped out of his room and advanced down the corridor toward the back door of the mansion he shared with Voss. The sun had barely set, casting a warm purple glow over the landscape. Even though Voss meant for Azar to retrieve their mate after dark, he couldn't wait any longer. His mate was waiting for him. Not that she realized what she was to him and Voss. Besides, it was unfair Voss had spoken with her and Azar hadn't. Her beautiful round face popped into his mind. Big brown eyes stared right at him at the spaceport, and he knew deep to his core she was his. And she was Voss's as well. The latter thrilled him even more. The brotherly bond he shared with Voss would only strengthen with their mate at their side. They feared sharing a female would split them up. Or worse, Azar would have to leave the clan. Gianna gave them new hope. And as the future queen, she'd give the people hope as well. When he reached his two-seat transporter, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Then Madden, Voss's younger brother, spoke. Azar groaned. "Where are you sneaking off to?" Azar closed his eyes briefly, but didn't turn. He wasn't sneaking, just being quiet. "Out." Rise appeared in front of him, arms crossed over his wide chest. His blonde hair hung loose around his shoulders, and green eyes narrowed on Azar. "You don't simply go out." "My brother has been on edge since returning from the spaceport." Madden circled Azar to stand next to Rise. "You know why." Madden was the opposite of Voss in looks and personality. He had short midnight blue hair that matched his eye color, which was the only thing that made them look like brothers. Where Voss's skin tone was pale, Madden's was tanned, golden in color. "Spill," Rise demanded. Azar shook his head and tried to shrug it off as no big deal. "Nothing to tell." Just then,
Shade stepped out of the shadows. He's going to steal him a female. With a low growl, Azar rounded on the other male. Leave it to the dragon who could blend into the shadows to know where Azar was going. Spying on your king is rude and a punishable offense. Shade lifted one shoulder. Davin came back from the spaceport on edge, too. When I asked him what his deal was, he muttered something about a female. He's been cranky all day. Shade pointed at Azar's transporter. That is too small for all of us. We'll take the bus. The bus was a large transporter that held 12 people. Azar glanced at where the huge-ass thing was parked a few spots from his own vehicle, then shook his head. I don't need the bus, because you guys aren't going. The hell we're not! Madden moved to the bus and motioned for Rise to follow. You may need Rise's ability to break into places without being seen. Rise was born a thief. At least that's what the male told people. That's how Voss and Azar met him. The dragon had stolen the letter T from the sign on the large gate to the wolves' estate. It read Wienervale instead of Wintervale. It was a stupid prank and a little funny, but the wolves weren't amused. Azar and Kian, Voss's head of security, tracked down Rise to go to the village on the edge of the wastelands. I'm not breaking into anywhere, Azar growled. Plus, Voss said to be quiet. The four of us will draw too much attention. Azar didn't need their help. He was perfectly able to draw his mate out of her room at the hotel without anyone noticing. He hoped. The three of them raised their brows at him. Fuck. There was no use arguing with them. Stubborn bastards. Hell, he didn't blame them for being curious about the females. It had been almost a decade since they'd been around the opposite sex. It was amazing none of them had gone insane. Shaking his head, he climbed into the front passenger seat of the bus. The others boarded within seconds, and they were off. To break rules like a bunch of adolescents. Like they used to. Azar jumped out of the bus as soon as Madden pulled into a space in the back of the hotel. The sweet scent of his mate hit him in the gut. It lingered on the air as if she'd been standing where he was minutes before he arrived. Or maybe she was close by. His dragon paced under his skin, wanting out to greet their human. Fuck me, Rise said as he emerged from the transporter. Do all females smell this damn good? Azar frowned and glanced at Rise, then Madden and Shade. They were scenting the air and moving toward the back door of the building. Shit. Was it possible their mates could be in the hotel as well? Why were their scents so strong out there? He stepped ahead of them. As Voss's right hand, Azar outranked the others. He could have ordered them to stay home, but didn't. It seemed the reason or reasons were inside the building. Azar stopped them before opening the door. We are to get in and out. Voss's and my mate is in the Wintervale group. Rise chuckled, then it turned into a full-on laugh. He pointed at Azar. Oh man, I am so glad I came along. The high and mighty Azar is breaking rules, and I get to witness it. Rolling his eyes, Azar ignored the dragon. In and out, no drawing attention from anyone. The wolves can't know until Voss fixes the paperwork. Roll on, outlaw. Rise snickered as if he was holding in his laugh. Why hadn't I ordered them to stay behind? He opened the door and sucked in a breath. She was close. The first floor, in fact. He didn't need to know which room because he could follow her scent like a beacon calling out to him. Coming to a stop outside the room, Azar knocked lightly. The redhead from the port answered. A slow smile lifted her mouth. Well, hello. She glanced into the hall. You brought friends. Now the party can start. Beside Azar, Rise stiffened. Glancing at him, Azar frowned. What's up? Her. She smells like a mate, Azar said dryly. Giving his attention back to the redhead, he asked, May we come in? Sure. She walked away from the door and farther into the room. One by one, they followed the female into a small living room. He glanced around, observing the amenities. The females had the essentials, and the rooms were clean. It wasn't as nice as his home, but it was simple and served their needs for the one night they would spend there. The room was good enough for other groups that would arrive over the next few months. This group wouldn't be staying, especially from the reactions the other dragons were having. Gianna stepped out of a room to his right, and he froze. Her long brown hair was wet, and she was wrapped in a thick white robe. His dick jerked and hardened behind the zipper of his jeans. Her eyes widened at the sight of him. Then she offered a soft smile. Oh, hello. He noted that her skin was slightly pink, like she'd gone outside and got too much sun. Crossing the room to her, he picked up her hand and studied her arm. You're sunburned. She met his gaze and squeezed his hand slightly. His dragon panted. It was worse earlier. We went out to the pool and I fell asleep. Madden moved closer, and Azar sensed the other male going into healer mode. How did it heal so fast? The concern in his tone sent a shot of dread through Azar. Gianna pulled her hand away from his and darted into her room. A moment later, she came back with an amber jar in her hand. She handed it to Madden. One of the hotel staff gave me that. It's like a magical burn cream. The female with the blonde hair stepped up next to Gianna. We don't know if he worked for the hotel. He said it was made with abretti berries and sciana bark. Madden opened the jar and sniffed, then frowned. Abretti sap is also in here. The berries help to cover up the earthy scent of the sciana bark. He lifted his gaze to Gianna. Did you have a reaction to the cream? Like a rash or discomfort of any kind? Gianna shook her head. No, the redness and sting from the sunburn faded almost immediately. Madden relaxed and handed the cream back to her. Sorry to alarm you. I'm not sure what humans are sensitive to. Azar watched Gianna's features relax and brighten. This is Madden. He's the Night Flame healer. The blonde straightened and stared at Madden with interest. A doctor? A low hum came from Madden. Azar watched the male start to fidget under the attention of the blonde. Finally, Madden nodded once. Yes, I run the medical center in Night City. Azar cleared his throat, drawing the female's attention. We are here to pick you up. Please collect your things. Oh, and let's do this quietly. Gianna frowned for a brief moment, then nodded and returned to the room. He thought she'd argue with him. After all, she knew he was with the Night Flame group. Nigel had told the girls they were being picked up by Wintervale. But none of the females said a word. When he glanced at the others, he guessed why. The females were mates for the other males with him. Voss wasn't going to be happy with fixing the paperwork with all 4 of the women. When Gianna returned with a large tote bag over her shoulder and a small rolling suitcase, he hardened. She had changed into a dark blue skirt that stopped just above her ankles and a soft pink button-up blouse. Her chestnut brown hair was still loose around her shoulders. She offered him a shy smile. She was beautiful and definitely his. Silence filled the space between them. Then his thoughts went back to her sunburn and the male who gave her the cream. Did that male give you his name? Her brows dipped and eyes narrowed a little before she said, Oh, the guy from the pool. Yes, he said his name was Arden. A low growl rumbled from deep within him. Arden was not a friend. He'd been asked to leave the Wintervale wolf pack shortly after the treaty between the 3 shifter groups was signed.
Jericho said he had proof that Arden supported the former Alpha on a few of the evil bastard's missions to eliminate the royal family, as well as the program that poisoned their females.
Arden is dangerous.
Azar took her suitcase, then linked his fingers with hers.
Promise me you will tell me if he tries to contact you.
Worry rolled off her while questions clouded her gaze. However, she just nodded. I will. Fuck. Arden sniffing around the females was not a good thing. The asshat was up to something. Azar and the others would find out what. Chapter 4. The guys had Gianna's and the other women's things packed up and loaded into the transporter within minutes. Gianna hadn't seen 4 males move that fast before. Then again, she didn't have much experience with shifters. Yet there was a sense of urgency in their steps. Even though it was a little odd, she didn't question them. Then there was the fact that they were from the Night Flame clan. She thought the Wintervale house was supposed to pick them up. The more she was around Azar, the more she didn't care. The man did things to her insides, just like Voss had earlier that day. Just go with it. Upon the guy's direction, Vanessa sat up front with Madden, while Gianna, Katrina, and Reagan sat in the back with the other 3. Another oddity. Gianna, they're dragons. Reagan nudged her in the side with her elbow. Gianna placed her face in her hands. Leave it to Reagan to be bold and embarrassing. On her other side, Azar touched her arm. She glanced at him and melted. When she lowered her hands, he took one and his much larger one and linked the fingers together. Tingles of energy traveled up her arm. Don't be nervous. No one will harm you. His voice was smooth and not as deep as the other man she met in the spaceport. Thank you. It was all she could think of to say. She didn't dare ask about Voss. She didn't need Azar thinking she was a tramp or uninterested in him. She was actually interested in both. What did that say about her? Ugh, she had so many questions.
What do you like to do for fun?
She frowned and averted her gaze. Read. Between working and watching over my mom, I really didn't have time for anything. An ache formed in her heart and her chest tightened. She'd left her mom, even though Gianna was nothing more than a stranger to her. Hey. Azar gently touched her cheek, drawing her attention back to him.
What's wrong?
She forced a smile and pushed away her grief. This is a little overwhelming, and new. I may be a little homesick. God, she was stronger than that. Inhaling, then releasing the breath slowly, she found her courage and inner strength. Studying Azar, she noted his green eyes had specks of gold in them. He stared back at her and lifted his dark brows. A moment later, amusement lit up his gaze.
I sense you have a lot of questions.
A soft laugh escaped from her. Yes, a few. The transporter stopped and she glanced around. It looked like they were inside a garage. Azar tugged her gently as he got out of the vehicle.
Welcome home.
Heat filled her cheeks. When she got out of the car, she frowned.
Azar chuckled. The house is much more impressive.
Glancing back at the transporter, she noted the other guys were taking the other women in different directions. Azar leaned into her.
Your friends are in good hands. Tomorrow, Voss and I will take you on the tour of the grounds.
Voss?
You met him at the port earlier today.
The blush returned to her face, and she nodded. Yes, I know. He's here? Was she supposed to be a surrogate for both of them?
How was that going to work? Yes, this is his house, the royal estate. I live here with him.
He took her bag from the transporter and led her to an elevator a few feet away.
I know this is strange to you. We will answer any questions you have. and we will never force you to do anything you do not wish to do." She found comfort in his words. Also, an odd sensation of knowing him settled over her. Flashes of déjà vu played in her mind like she'd dreamed the events before. Maybe she was losing it, or just tired from the spaceflight. "It's a bit overwhelming. I will need time to adjust." He inclined his head, and a small smile formed on his lips. "Of course." The elevator doors swooshed open, and Azar tugged her out and down a hallway. They came to an abrupt stop just inside the living room. Voss stood near the back wall in front of a large bay window. He spoke without turning around. "I said just her." Gianna's heart pounded at the sharp tone of Voss's voice. He was angry, and she didn't understand why. When she inched her way toward the hallway they just emerged from, Azar wrapped his arms around her waist and held her against him. "No one will harm you." She sagged into him and tried to calm the sudden anxiety. In a blink of an eye, Voss was in front of her. The sudden quick motion made her jump and squeak at the same time. Oh, great. She was acting like a mouse about to be devoured by the snake. With a finger under her chin, he lifted her gaze to his. The sea of stars in his dark depths relaxed her a little. Odd. His tone was even and low as he said, "Azar, explain." "The other females seem to be mates for Madden, Rise, and Shade as well." Azar brushed her hair off her neck. "I see," Voss replied. Azar kissed the curve of her neck. A million lustful butterflies swarmed inside her. Breathing was difficult, but not in a bad way. A slight twitch of Voss's lips told her he was amused by the news. She was glad he wasn't angry and found the situation funny, because she was confused as hell. Azar kissed his way up her neck to nip at her ear, sending a shiver of pleasure through her. She closed her eyes and allowed her weight to settle into Azar's arms. Electrifying currents wrapped around her. It was hard to explain, other than it was like her skin felt alive. "Open your eyes," Voss said softly. Obeying, she held his gaze as Azar slid his hand down her side and gathered her floor-length skirt up in his hand, exposing her thigh. When he touched her skin and guided his hand to the inside of her thigh, she sucked in a breath. Then her insides heated. Soon a wildfire spread through her. Voss frowned slightly. "We shouldn't do this here." Without a word, Azar scooped her up in his arms and carried her up the stairs. Voss followed with urgency. "Her room." Azar nodded and turned at the top of the stairs. Within seconds, she was placed on a bed of black cotton. Azar kissed her and worked the buttons of her blouse. Voss removed her shoes, then began trailing light kisses up her leg to the inside of her thigh. Tingles of the electrical energy she felt downstairs returned. She wondered if it had something to do with them, like they had some kind of magic flowing in their blood. Whatever it was, she didn't want it to stop. Yes, it was considered taboo on Earth to have sex with someone, or in her current state, two someones she just met. However, that was why she was there. She was their surrogate. The thought of getting pregnant entered her mind. Her pulse increased. She wasn't ready to be a mom. Yes, she knew going in that it was what they wanted, a means to sustain their species. Azar lifted his head and stared down at her. "What's wrong?" She nibbled on her lower lip before speaking. "I'm not... I don't think I can be a mom right now. I mean, I don't know how. What if I'm a horrible mom?" Oh, God, she was babbling and ruined the mood. Just call her Gia the mood killer. The idea of being a mom excited her. However, as soon as reality sank in, she wasn't sure she was ready at that very moment. Voss straightened, his features morphed on a beautifully wicked smile. "You are not ovulating right now." She blinked at him. "You can tell?" They nodded at the same time, but Azar was the one who spoke next. "No babies right now. We want to get to know you first. Have you to ourselves for a few months before we start planning a family." Voss dipped his head again to resume his feather-like kisses up her inner thigh. Sounded like a good plan. Sensations of desire skittered over her skin while heat filled her core. She'd never experienced anything that felt so good and so right at the same time. When Voss reached her panties, he brushed the cotton aside, then licked. She moaned and rocked her hips against him, grinding her pussy against his face. Azar whispered in her ear, "This is much hotter than I thought it was going to be." There was a hint of laughter in his tone, which helped her relax, and then his next words almost pushed her over the edge. "Just let go. I want to watch him pleasure you until you come." The heat building inside her ignited into an inferno. Azar finished unbuttoning her shirt, then cupped her breast over the bra. She wiggled her arms out of the blouse. Azar had her bra removed with quick efficiency. He lowered his head, flicked over one erect nipple before he covered her breast with his mouth. Desire flooded her system, consuming. She wasn't sure how much more she could take before she exploded. Just then, Voss slipped 2 fingers inside her and pumped, slowly at first, then faster as he teased her clit with his tongue. She fisted her right hand in Azar's hair, and with the left she gripped the sheets, riding the wave of pleasure rolling inside her. "Come for us." As if Azar's words were a command, her body obeyed. The orgasm rocked through her, making her cry out in pleasure. Azar abandoned her nipple to kiss her, thrusting his tongue inside her mouth, swirling around hers. Too many sensations whirled and made her body hum. Voss settled between her thighs and slid his arms underneath her knees, lifting them. Then he entered her with a quick thrust. She cried out at the invasion at first, not expecting his size. She wasn't a virgin, but she hadn't had many lovers. At least not in physical form. As he moved, stretching her, bliss filled her head, and the threat of another orgasm lingered, waiting. She cupped Azar through his pants, drawing another sensual growl from him. Excitement at the sound shot through her. She broke the kiss and demanded, "Pants off." A soft chuckle came from him as he stood and removed his clothes. He was beautiful and all hers. Voss leaned down while he still pumped his hips, thrusting his cock deeper inside her. "Suck him off." Oh, she planned to. When Azar came back to the bed, she took his cock in her hand and stroked teasingly. He let out a strangled groan and pushed his cock against her palm. Locking gazes with him, she guided him into her mouth. He might have cursed, but she wasn't paying attention. Pleasure overwhelmed her brain and body. Voss gripped her hips, his fingers digging into her skin as he slammed into her over and over. The mountain of pleasure they put her on top of was crashing. An explosion of light sparked behind her eyes before she screamed out her release. Azar and Voss followed her over the edge with orgasms of their own. Gianna felt boneless as she watched both her guys settle down on either side of her. Voss curled into her, putting one of his large legs between her thighs. Azar kissed her cheek and held her with an arm around her waist. A sigh slipped from her, and she closed her eyes. The hum of bliss made her feel like she was floating. "I have so many questions." Voss kissed her head. "I know. We'll answer them soon." Azar tightened his hold on her. "Now go to sleep. We have a busy day planned for tomorrow." Like his words were a spell, she suddenly felt calm and sleepy. She yawned. "Good night." Night, Angel.
Chapter 5.
Good morning, sleepyhead.
Gianna yawned, then stretched. Her muscles were sore in all the right places. A smile tugged at her lips, but she kept her eyes closed. Why was Azar waking her up so early in the morning? I need 5 more minutes of sleep. Azar laughed, but snuggled into her and buried his nose into her neck. He inhaled.
We have to go if you want to tour the house and then the city. We have a busy day.
She did want a tour of the city. The idea of spending the whole day with Azar and Voss thrilled her. She opened her eyes to peek at him, then closed them. After a moment, Azar shook her gently.
Gianna, time to rise. I made breakfast.
The promise of food made her stomach rumble. A giggle escaped her. My traitor stomach outed me.
Now get up. Azar laughed as he got off the bed. He jerked the covers off her. If you wish to shower, do so and meet me in the dining room. It's straight across the foyer from the bottom of the stairs.
After Azar left the room, Gianna rolled herself out of bed, then crossed the room to her suitcase. Since she'd taken a shower the night before, right after the guys made love to her a few more times, she didn't need another. The thought of the shower brought visions of what the 3 of them did in there. She heated and ached with desire.
Being a surrogate really had its advantages.
And Azar made breakfast. She'd never had anyone cook for her. Giddiness bubbled in her belly. Grabbing the first few things she touched, she quickly dressed and checked her hair in the mirror. That was when she noticed the dresser was stocked with a hairbrush, comb, and an assortment of perfumes. On the left back corner was a jewelry box. Surely they didn't buy those things for her, yet there were no other females around. She picked up the brush and inspected it. Yep, it was brand new. So were the bottles of perfume. Glancing at the jewelry box, she decided not to open it, at least until she got some questions answered. Slowly, she made her way downstairs. When she reached the bottom, a knock sounded on the front door. She froze, expecting someone to rush in and answer it. When whoever it was pounded on it again, while ringing the bell, she frowned. When no one came, she crossed the room. She opened the door and immediately stepped back. 2 large men stood on the other side, their features etched in angry lines. When they saw her, they froze like every part of their body and everything around them stood still. After a moment, the larger one with long black hair narrowed his gaze on her.
Well, what do we have here?
He nudged his friend before speaking again.
This makes it easy for us.
He reached out to grab her hand. Gianna jerked away and scowled, slapping at his hands. What do you think you're doing?
I'm taking back what's mine.
Oh, no, he didn't. Her own anger bubbled in her gut. She didn't belong to anyone, especially not him. He couldn't just show up and take her like he had a right to. She folded her arms and hardened her stare on him. I'm not going anywhere with you. A low, window-rattling growl sounded behind her. Voss. She'd know that seductive, growly voice anywhere. Now you're in trouble. She focused on the 2 jerks in front of her and waited for Voss to close the distance.
What are you doing here, Jericho?
I came to ask if you knew what happened to the surrogates that arrived last night. Jericho nodded in Gianna's direction as he spoke his next words.
But I see what happened.
Just then, Azar entered the room and headed straight for her. He took her hand and pulled her into him, hugging her close.
You're not welcome here, Jericho. Take your wolves and leave.
Wolves? Gianna glanced up at Voss, noting the way his jaw worked as he stared at Jericho. Then she looked at Azar. The playful dragon from upstairs was gone.
Replacing him was a lethal protector. Uh-oh. What was going on? Take her into the dining room for breakfast. Voss turned to her and lifted her chin. She fought the urge to jerk away from his touch and tell him she could take care of herself. His voice softened, and the storm in his depths seemed to clear. I won't be long. Why did he have to be so sexy? When she nodded, he removed his hand, and Azar tugged her out of the room. What's going on? Azar cleared his throat and held out her chair. We might have stolen you from them. Her eyes widened. What? Voss watched Azar lead their mate into the dining room. The confusion in her brown depths hit him in the chest. He wanted to make everything better, to chase away her fears and worries. Then again, the fire in her tone when she spoke to the wolves made him proud and want to protect her all the more. When she was out of the foyer, he pointed at Jericho and said, Out. Voss wouldn't have the wolves showing up in his house threatening his mate. Once outside and the front door closed, Voss stepped into the wolf alpha's space and growled. There has been a mix-up in the paperwork. A mix-up, huh? Jericho glanced at the door behind Voss, then met his stare. She is your true mate. Voss nodded once. Normally, he would have told Jericho where to stick it. He didn't owe anybody an explanation. But the case with the surrogates was delicate, so he'd forgive the wolf's rudeness for now. I knew when I first saw her, smelled her. You most of all know why I can't let her go to your house. Fuck. Jericho raked a hand through his hair. Fuck. What about the others? There were 4 females that were supposed to go to Wintervale. All 4 of them are missing. Well, 3 are missing, because we know where one of them is. Jericho was being pissy. Like Voss, he'd had a mate once and lost her to the war, along with his 2 daughters. So yeah, he knew Voss couldn't let Gianna go. He knew how rare it was to find a second true mate in a lifetime. Keon took that moment to make an appearance. Voss's head of security was shirtless and had only a pair of jeans with the button undone. His hair was tousled like the male had just gotten out of bed. You need an escort to leave, Jericho? Because that can be arranged. Jericho's second-in-command, Mace, got in Keon's face. I'd like to see you try. Before Voss had a chance to get between the males, Keon had Mace by the throat, holding him off the ground, teeth bared. That's enough. Keon, put him down. Voss directed his next words to Jericho, putting in a warning in his tone. I made a mistake by assigning the females houses before we had a chance to meet them. We didn't know there was a chance the humans could be mates for any of us, and you of all would understand why I can't just hand them over. He repeated the last statement as a reminder to Jericho. Yeah, it was a low blow, but Voss needed the Alpha to leave peacefully. Jericho backed off and gestured for Mace to do the same. What are we to do now? I have a den full of males who expected surrogates. Surely you weren't going to share all 4 of the females with the whole pack? Voss arched a brow in challenge. That was not part of the deal to participate in the program. It was made clear to everyone that the females would be treated with respect and pampered. After all, they were doing them a great service. Voss wouldn't allow any of them to be harmed or treated like slaves. Before Jericho could reply, Voss added, Tell them there was a mix-up in the paperwork. There'll be a few more groups arriving in a couple of days. Starting with those groups, each house will be able to come and select their surrogates. Peacefully. Voss held the wolf's gaze until he backed down, then added, This is all I can do for now. And if you threaten my mate again, you will be made an example of to remind those who wish to challenge me." Voss didn't wait to see the wolves leave. He just turned and went inside. Kian would make sure they left, and he hoped he didn't have to come back outside and break up a fight. As he crossed the foyer to go into the dining room, he caught sight of his brother Madden out of the corner of his eye. "Is there a problem?" Madden shrugged. "I don't have one, but we might. The wolves aren't going to like this. There will be resistance." Voss pivoted around to face his brother. "What do you expect me to do? Just hand our mates over to the wolves?" Madden held up his hands. "No, I'm not giving mine up, nor did I say you had to give yours up. I'm just saying some of the Wintervale wolves are a little crazy and looking for any excuse to wage war again." Madden then walked past him, exiting out the front door. Voss stared at the closed door for a long moment. His brother was right. If they didn't do some damage control quickly, there could be a problem. Chapter 6. "What do you mean you stole us from those men?" Gianna pursed her lips and glared at Azar. He stepped just inside the kitchen, which opened into a large formal dining room. His brows bunched together, and she could tell he was struggling with finding the words to explain. At least, she hoped he was not trying to think of a lie. "You and the other females were assigned to the Wintervale house. This is the Night Flame house." He paused and placed a finger over her lips before she replied with the venom building inside her. "When Voss met you at the port and talked with you, he knew." Azar trailed off. He was searching her face with a frown. His eyes held concern. For what? She didn't know. "He knew what?" "That you are his mate. I knew you were mine when I saw you and caught your scent." He let out a sigh and dropped his shoulders while taking her hands in his. "We were going to explain things. We didn't want you to be overwhelmed with new experiences and information all at once." Gianna relaxed and leaned into him. Instantly, he wrapped his arms around her. "It is a lot to take in. Things seem to be happening so fast and not at all like I envisioned." His gaze darkened. "I'm sorry. Voss and I will slow down. Last night—" It was her turn to place a finger over his lips, silencing him. "Last night was wonderful. It felt right." "Because it was." Azar hugged her close for a few moments before pulling away. "Let's get breakfast served." Gianna followed him to the bar-style counter in the middle of the room and hopped up on a stool while he pulled items out of the refrigerator. "To be honest, I was a little nervous about what types of food you eat and how different ours are from Earth." Gianna watched Azar as he prepped 3 plates with pancakes and berries. Plus, one of her favorites were blueberries. He lifted his gaze and rewarded her with a sensual smile. Heat pooled in her belly and her pulse increased. "Our planet isn't much different than yours. Plus, we've been trading goods with Earth for a few decades."
"Oh, that's good to know. Where are the staff? I thought with a house this big, you'd have a full staff."
Azar paused. "They're around. We sent the cook and some of the others on a little vacation for the weekend. The skeleton crew was told not to bother you unless absolutely necessary. Voss and I didn't want you to be too overwhelmed with a bunch of curious males. Besides, we want you all to ourselves for a couple of days." He winked at his last statement. Pleasure bloomed in her heart. It was a little strange how he brought out the schoolgirl giddiness with a smile and a few words. She picked up one of the plump blue fruit off her plate and popped it into her mouth. A mixture of sweet and tart burst alive, and she let out a soft moan of pleasure. She swore it tasted 10 times better than the one she bought on Earth. Azar froze, which drew her attention back to him. Staring at her, one corner of his lips lifted into a half smile, and his eyes sparked with an internal light.
It intrigued her and sent a lusty thrill through her. Why do your eyes light up like that? I mean, Voss's looks like a million stars against a midnight blue backdrop. Yours look like a light shining from within. Azar frowned and drew his brows together for a few moments, then released a soft chuckle. I've never heard anybody describe our eyes like that. It's our dragons looking out at you from within. Oh, she guessed that made sense. Then again, she didn't have much experience with shifters or aliens. I think they're beautiful. When will I get to meet your dragons? His features morphed into a handsome canvas of pleasure and excitement. It thrilled her that he was pleased she'd want to meet his animal half. Azar leaned over the counter and cupped her cheek. Soon. Then he pressed a kiss to her nose just as Voss entered the room. Gianna sat back in the high-backed bar stool and watched him as he sat on the stool beside her. He met her gaze, then picked up her hand to place a kiss on her knuckles. Warmth spread through her. Breaking the eye contact, Voss directed his statement to Azar. I thought we were eating in the dining room. Azar shrugged. We changed our minds. No need to be so formal all the time. Voss grunted, but didn't comment. Gianna sensed several emotions from him. She'd always been able to pick up on others' feelings. She was also good at reading body language. Voss's shoulders were tensed and his back straight. Azar turned to the stove and grabbed the sausage, or what looked like sausage. When he returned, he put a few links on Voss's plate. Then he offered a couple to her. After a nod, he put them on her plate. I want to apologize for the wolves. They will not be bothering you again. Gianna glanced at him. It's not your place to apologize. You can't control other people's rudeness. The tiny specks of light in his depths glowed, dominating the midnight blue background. His lips pressed into a thin line before he spoke. Yes, well, Jericho knows better. Besides, you are our mate and ours to protect. Azar mentioned the mate thing earlier. The word should scare her, but it thrilled her. Even though she didn't know exactly what it meant. She hadn't asked at the time because she wanted both of them there to answer. What does that mean, exactly? It means you are ours to protect, to love, and to spoil for the rest of our lifespans. Voss faced her, picking up her fork and cutting into her pancakes. Gianna watched him with interest as he stabbed a couple pieces and held it up to her mouth. She opened and allowed him to feed her while Azar spoke. When our females died during the war and the survivors went into hiding, we all gave up hope of finding true mates our souls could bond with. Without a mate, having children would be difficult. Voss added, it took us decades of searching for the right species and bloodlines that would allow us to connect to ensure the females can carry our young. That was what all the testing was for. She glanced from one of her guys to the other. What do you mean, the right bloodline? Silence filled the room for a few moments, then tension rolled from each of the guys. They glanced at each other as if having a silent conversation. She lifted her brows, waiting for them to explain. They had said they would answer all her questions. Voss stabbed a couple blueberries on the fork and held it to her. We reached out to other planets, other species of aliens, as you humans call us. Most planets didn't want anything to do with our issues, and those who were willing to help weren't the right fit. None were compatible in the way we needed them to be to form a union and have children. We almost gave up looking. Then we discovered that some of our ancestors had gone to Earth and found mates. Azar glanced at Voss. And had children. Gianna's eyes widened, and she stared at them, processing what they were saying. Are you saying I'm part alien? A very small part, but it's enough to allow you to carry our children. We never dreamed that we could actually find our true mate.
I mean, our ancestors did, so it was possible. Azar fixed his stare on her. Voss nodded. We didn't allow ourselves to get our hopes up. Glancing from Azar to Voss, she let the bombshell news sink in. She'd always been a little sensitive to energies and others' feelings, but she thought she was just a sympathetic person, someone who was open-minded to the not-so-normal things. Here, last bite. Voss held up the fork with 2 pieces of pancakes on it. She opened and let him feed her like it was the most natural thing for her. Do you have my family history? What type of alien am I? Voss stood and collected the plates, then carried them to the sink. Azar answered her question. You are still human. We aren't sure about your family history. To be honest, we didn't go that far. If you like, I can make you an appointment with Madden, my brother, who is also one of our healers. He could run some tests. Then we'd go from there. She thought about it. One of her ancestors was an alien? Had to be someone several generations in her family's past. Although her father was a mean bastard, she didn't see him as an alien. Maybe the gene came from his side of the family, though. She didn't know much about his parents. Did she even care? Let's put that on hold for now. Maybe do it later when I'm settled in. And when she had a little more time to absorb the news. Voss came back to the counter and held out his hand to her. Would you like a tour of the house? Excitement bloomed in her heart, and she nodded. Yes, please. A brilliant, toe-curling smile formed on his lips. God, she was going to melt into a puddle on the floor. Good. You will need to familiarize yourself with the house if you are to be queen. Chapter 7. Queen? Azar pressed his lips together to hold in a laugh at Gianna's expression. Her eyes widened as she stared from Voss to him. He circled around to stand on her other side, opposite of Voss. Yes, Voss is the king of Daria, although he does have a small committee made up of the leaders of the 3 shifter races. When you are ready and agree to the mating, you will be queen. She drew her brows together, but nodded. He knew she would need some time to absorb the information. Hell, he needed time to absorb it. A mate was a special, sacred being, someone he and Voss would cherish for as long as they lived. They'd found her. The one thing that scared the fuck out of him was the thought Gianna would want to leave. They would have to let her go because they couldn't hold her against her will. Pushing those insecure thoughts to the back of his mind, he focused on the present. She was there, and they were going to do everything they could to keep her there, to keep her happy and ensure her that life with them would be amazing. Azar linked their fingers together and moved forward. This is the living room, although you saw that briefly last night. He waggled his brows, which drew a giggle from her. Then her cheeks tinted a rosy pink color. Yes, very briefly. Voss rolled his eyes at Azar and directed them across the living room to the library. Azar knew where he was going. There were secrets in that library. When they entered the large 2-story room, Gianna let out a small gasp. This is amazing. She let go of their hands and drifted to the center of the room, scanning the bookshelf on the first floor. Then she looked up to the 2nd story. I could get lost in here for months. Azar laughed. So if you ever go missing, this is the first place we need to look. She returned his laugh. Definitely. Voss watched her with amusement. There was a happiness lighting up his eyes that Azar hadn't seen in a long time. His best friend pointed out the different sections of the library. The 2nd floor is mostly reference and history books. Downstairs to your right is a small group of nonfiction. The rest are fiction in a number of genres. Gianna bobbed her head up and down and drifted to the bookshelf. She gently touched the spines of the books as she read the titles.
She turned to look back at them, and Voss directed them to the door tucked in the far back corner of the room. She moved in the direction he pointed. When she came to the door, she paused and barely touched the knob. Voss nodded and said, "Go ahead, open it." Azar nudged him, then whispered, "I assume you cleared her for security?" Voss rolled his eyes again. "Of course. I took her fingerprints and sent them to Keon this morning before she woke." The security for the door was both magical and technical. The doorknob had sensors that read fingerprints. No one could get into the room unless their fingerprints were on file. Inside the room was the royal hoard. Artifacts and jewels passed down in Voss's family for generations. It also housed archives from previous rulers that held family secrets and other information that would be lethal in the wrong hands. Gianna stepped inside and sucked in a breath and held her hands to her chest, her fingers at the base of the throat. "Is this like a dragon's hoard?" Her lips lifted and her eyes sparked as if she were teasing. Azar went to her, wrapping her in a hug. He found it hard not to touch her. Maybe because she was new and that she was his mate. Mix in the fact that they hadn't been around a female for decades. Yeah, he might be a little needy. Voss stepped up beside them to watch them for a moment, then drifted over to where the crown jewels were. He picked up a jewel-encrusted crown and held it out to Gianna. "When you are ready and you accept the mating, this will be yours." Azar kissed her on the neck, then whispered, "That was his mother's." Gianna reached out and touched it with her fingertips, then pulled her hand back. "It's very pretty, and looks pretty expensive." He and Voss laughed. Voss set the crown in its place, then reached out and took her hand in his. "It's priceless, just like you." She crinkled up her nose and glanced around the room. "What keeps people out of here? I mean, aren't you afraid that somebody might steal something?" "The doorknob read your fingerprints. It's the first layer of security. And only Azar, you, and I have access to this room." "Ah." Azar offered his hand to her. "Would you like to see my favorite place in the house?" Her smile widened. "Love to." "Good." He grinned and ignored Voss's chuckle. If he got to show off the jewels, then Azar got to show off his talents and his love for music. After leaving the library, Gianna followed the guys down a long hallway and glanced at each picture on the wall. Some were hand-painted art. Others were photographs of one or both guys, as well as other people. She came to a stop in front of one picture. It was of Voss and another woman. The woman was beautiful, with long violet hair and the lightest pair of blue eyes Gianna has ever seen. Voss stepped next to her, and when she glanced up at him, she noted he was staring at the picture. Without looking at her, he said, "That is Serena. She was my mate." Then he stalked down the hallway in the direction they were going. Sadness gripped her heart and squeezed. Tears stung the back of her eyes. Voss's loss reached out to her. She met Azar's stare and frowned. Closing the gap, he wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her on the top of the head. "Serena was my sister. That picture was taken not long after Voss's coronation and the announcement of their engagement. About 6 months later, war broke out. Serena was among the first to be slaughtered." Bile rose in Gianna's throat and her stomach churned. She wanted to be angry for them. She hugged him tightly and buried her face in his chest. "I'm so sorry." Azar lifted her chin with his fingers. "It was a very long time ago. The surrogate program is our first step of healing. Not only ourselves, but everybody on the planet." Gianna's heart warmed. It made sense now. They were just a species trying to move on from everything they had lost and build a future. Stepping out of Azar's embrace, she linked their fingers together. Azar kissed the back of her hand and tugged her down the hall.
Come on, I still have to show you my favorite room.
Her heart filled with joy, but it held a sense of sadness for what they'd lost. It was obvious Voss was still hurting. She'd have to be sure to get some alone time with him to see if he'd open up to her. At least trust her enough to want to open up. Because without that trust, she wasn't sure there could be a mating. 3 short minutes later, Azar pulled her into a room. It wasn't just a room. It was more like a museum or the Music Hall of Fame, or maybe it was their version of it. Stepping farther inside, she studied pictures and plaques in the display case. One of the pictures was of Azar sitting at a piano. She turned to look at him, and he grinned at her, then gestured for her to turn around.
Your paperwork said you played.
She turned to where he pointed and almost squealed out her joy. Like a regal symbol of pure beauty, the white baby grand piano filled the back half of the room. She loved playing. It calmed her and gave her something to focus on, especially after her mother fell ill. Rushing to the beautiful baby grand, she reached out, unsure if she should touch it. At the closer distance, she noticed silver specks in the white. Or was that crushed crystals? She would only be able to afford a piano that amazing in her dreams.
Go ahead.
She jumped at the sound of Voss's voice in her ear. Meeting his stare from over her shoulder, she sucked in her bottom lip. As if he read her uncertainty, he gave her a little nudge toward the piano. She sat behind the keys and pressed a few notes, testing the sound. Then she played. Clean, powerful music rang through the room, echoing off the wall. She let out a sigh of happiness. The chirpings of a phone drew her attention to Azar. With a scowl, he pulled a handheld device from his pocket, which looked more like a small tablet than a phone, and answered it.
What?
Now?
That can wait. Yeah, fuck you too. I'll be there in a few.
He ended the call and shoved the phone in his back pocket. But he didn't make a move to leave or indicate that he was in a hurry to go anywhere. Before she could ask, Voss raised a brow at his friend.
Is there a problem?
Azar grumbled and shook his head.
No, at least not one I'm concerned with. It was Madden. He seems to want to go over the new details for the medical center edition. I think he's using it as an excuse to avoid his female. Voss laughed. That sounds like my brother. Go ahead.
The guys stared at each other in silence for a few moments. Gianna wondered if they were having a telepathic conversation, which would be rude of them. She glared for a minute until Voss turned back to her, the corners of his lips twitching as if he was fighting back a smile. Do y'all have telepathy? It came out snarkier than she intended, but she couldn't take it back. The words were already said. Besides, she wanted them to know she didn't appreciate them talking to each other in front of her when she couldn't hear what they were saying. A thought entered her mind just then. Could they hear her thoughts?
We can mind link with each other, but it is not telepathy. We share a brotherly bond, one we formed when we were very young. That bond is why we were able to share you without breaking our friendship.
He held out his elbow, and when she wrapped her hand around it, he said,
Let's make lunch and have a picnic in the gardens.
Her concern and annoyance about their mind-linking rudeness faded. That sounds lovely. Chapter 8. The gardens were breathtaking. Flowers all around Gianna burst with color on either side of the stoned path, weaving through the maze-like gardens. Even the leaves on the trees were beautiful shades of purple, orange, blue, and yellow. This is amazing. A brilliant smile lifted Voss's lips, and for the first time since she arrived, it reached his eyes.
Thank you. My mother planted everything in here.
His tone told Gianna that the garden was his favorite place on the property. There are now 3 places you need to look if you can't find me. He laughed and led her down the wide walking path that weaved through the flowering foliage.
I'm guessing the 3rd would be the music room?
Yep. She bounced up beside him. Her heart and her soul felt so light. It was the guy's fault. Is it odd that I feel so comfortable with you two in less than 24 hours? He stopped when they reached an open circular courtyard with benches placed along the edge. The middle was the greenest grass she'd ever seen.
You must be sensing the mating urge. I suspect it will become stronger over time. It's different from mating to mating.
Voss spread out a blanket, then gestured for her to sit. When she sat beside him and reached to help him empty the basket with their lunch in it, he shooed her hands away. A giggle escaped her. Just want to help.
Let me pamper you.
Okay. She watched his profile, a strong jawline with high cheekbones behind smooth porcelain skin. His silver hair was pulled back in a leather tie. When he lifted his gaze to her, she averted hers. Sorry, I wasn't staring.
He bumped into her with his shoulder. Yes, you were.
Her cheeks heated. Okay, maybe.
A chuckle rumbled from him, warming her. Handing her a sandwich and a cup of soup, he said, I hope you like it. I don't cook much. We have a staff for the house, but I sent most of them on a much-needed vacation for a few days so that you could adjust.
Azar told me. How big of a staff when everyone is there? She took a bite of the sandwich and sighed.
A small kitchen and cleaning staff. They will not be in your way when they return.
He bit into his sandwich and fell silent.
The few that are working now will go on vacation when the others return.
She wondered if he was always quiet. Normally, she'd love the peacefulness. Then again, she lived alone and only talked to people via webcam when she was working. Studying Voss's profile, she drank in the masculine beauty of him. He held a power within him she picked up on at the spaceport when they first met.
You're staring again.
Her cheeks heated, and she tore her gaze from him to focus on their paradise surrounding. Sorry.
He poked her in the side, which made her jump. No, you're not.
Does it make you uncomfortable? The thought didn't occur to her until that moment. She wasn't trying to be rude. He was attractive and different from, well, humans. Because he wasn't human. She was being stupid. A tap on her hand brought her attention back to him, and she stared into the field of a billion stars.
He leaned in and kissed her nose. It doesn't make me uncomfortable. I was teasing you.
All the tension left her body. Everything is new. He pulled back and pointed at her lunch.
Eat.
A jolt of hot desire shot through her at the one-word command. Who knew she liked to be bossed around by sexy shifter aliens? As she took another bite of her sandwich, he asked,
Besides music and reading, what else do you like to do?
I like nature and cooking.
Suddenly, Voss stilled. The muscle in his temple flexed and his irises went completely silver. Fear gripped her chest as she picked up on a new energy brushing her awareness. But somehow it was familiar. Odd. Voss let out a growl as he stood and faced the flowering bushes to their left. A few heartbeats later, a large tiger emerged, his huge, sharp teeth bared as he crouched in front of Voss. Gianna's heart skipped a few beats, then hammered wildly as she slowly stood and took a step toward Voss. Without looking at her, Voss said, Gianna, stay where you are. She nodded, even though Voss couldn't see her. She wasn't sure if this was an actual tiger or a shifter. Either way, it didn't look friendly. Her body shook as she watched the men face off with each other, waiting for an attack.
The urge to run made her twitch all over.
"Why are you here?"
Voss asked. Gianna glanced at the tiger. He tilted his head, studying Voss. She wondered if he was mind-linking with Voss. After a moment, Voss demanded, "Shift and speak out loud." One side of the cat's mouth lifted in a crooked, catty grin. Gianna shivered and wrapped her arms around her middle. Glancing around, she searched for something she could use as a weapon. There was no doubt in her mind that the tiger was not there for a friendly visit. Rustling sounds snapped Gianna's attention to the bushes behind the tiger. A large gray wolf stepped out, advancing toward Voss. It stopped a few feet in front of him, then its body started to shake. A moment later, a man stood with long black hair and not a care in the world that he was naked. Arden. Annoyance rattled her, and she stepped up beside Voss, hands on her hips. "Arden, what are you doing?" His gaze shifted to hers, and an evil grin formed on his face. The pleasant man from the hotel was gone, replaced by someone with hatred in his soul. She was beginning to see why Kat disliked him. A fierce growl rumbled from Voss. "You know him?" Gianna grabbed his hand and nodded. "We met at the hotel. He was nicer then." Arden met her glare, and the corners of his lips lifted. "I am nice, just not to the selfish Dragon King." Voss tightened his grip on her hand, then tugged so she moved to stand behind him. From the trees behind her, another wolf and a leopard stepped out. She fisted her free hand in his shirt. Sure, she had considered using a weapon when it was just the tiger, but now they were surrounded by 3 shifters and a crazy naked man. God, she hoped Voss had a plan. "What do you want, Arden?" The deep rumble of Voss's tone made Gianna jump and cling to him more. He rubbed his thumb over her knuckles in a soothing pattern. It helped to ease the anxiety, but only a little. Arden let out a humorless laugh. "I came to visit with Gianna. Like she said, we met at the hotel yesterday. I gave her some cream for her sunburn, which I noticed has helped." His gaze darted to Gianna. "Tell him we're friends." Gianna shook her head. "We're not friends. I don't know you." "Gianna is not your concern, and you are not welcome here. I suggest you take your rogues and go. That will be your only warning." Voss let go of Gianna's hand and turned slightly to tuck her into his side. The act told her not to move. No problem there. She knew if she ran, they would chase her. It was the nature of a predator. Arden narrowed his eyes, then jerked his gaze to the sky. Dragon-like screeches echoed around them. He let out a low growl, then snapped his fingers before shifting into his wolf. A few seconds later, all 4 shifters retreated and disappeared. That was when Gianna noticed 3 dragons circling above. One of them, a black dragon, touched down in the courtyard. Voss turned to face the dragon while prying Gianna's hands from his shirt. "That's Azar." She stared at him and relaxed when she saw beautiful green eyes. Azar's eyes. His black scales had a shimmer of silver when the sunlight hit them just right. Curiosity stirred inside her. At the same time, uncertainty kept her rooted in place. He was a freaking dragon! Reality slammed into her, and she took a step back. Voss placed his hands on her shoulders and whispered in her ear, "It's okay. He can't hurt you." When she glanced up at Voss with a frown, he chuckled. "You're his mate." Oh yeah, the mating thing. She would need to talk to them more about that, but not right then. Straightening her back, she moved forward until she was a couple feet from him. Azar watched as she lifted a shaky hand. As if he couldn't stand her hesitation any longer, He closed the gap between them and butted his nose against her palm. His scaly skin was cool but soft. When he released a sigh, puffs of smoke rolled from his nostrils. Giddiness filled her. She was touching a real dragon. And he was one of her 2 mates. Stepping closer, she ran a hand down his neck and then his side. An electrifying sensation vibrated against her hand. She withdrew her hand and stepped back a second before Azar shifted into his human form. Heat bloomed in her core and desire filled her body as she admired every inch of him. He was naked and lickable. "You keep staring at me like that, and I'm not going to be held responsible for my actions." Gianna's cheeks flushed, and she averted her gaze. Azar stepped closer, lifted her chin with his hand, and he pressed his lips to hers in a quick, sensual kiss. Tingles of pleasure raced through her. When Azar broke the kiss, she almost pouted. However, his next words sent a cold shiver down her spine. "Looks like Arden has formed a pack of rogues. Do you think he's building an army to start another war?" Gianna stared wide-eyed at Voss in anticipation of his answer. He glanced at her and skimmed his knuckles down her cheek. "I'm not sure. Let's go back to the house and I'll call a meeting for this evening." Each of the guys offered her an elbow, and with a soft laugh, she looped her arm with theirs. On the way back to the house, she asked, "Could I invite Vanessa and the others over while you are in a meeting?" Voss nodded once, then offered her his essential smile. "Of course, but I'm afraid this may involve all of you as well, so you and the other females will be sitting in on the meeting." Chapter 9. Voss went straight to his office when they entered the house. He expected Gianna to follow. Disappointment drew a growl from him when only Azar came into the study a few minutes after him. "Where's Gianna?" "She said she was going to lie down." Azar hovered by the door. His hands were fists at his side. "She's pretty shaky, but doesn't want to admit it. I think she just wants a few moments to collect herself." Sitting behind his desk, he logged onto his computer, then sent out a message to his security team and the alphas of Wintervale and Silver Lake. He wanted to meet with everyone immediately. However, his current mood wouldn't get him anywhere with the 2 alphas. Voss needed to calm down and collect his thoughts before talking with Jericho and Micah. So he set the meeting for that evening, about an hour before dinner. After the message was sent, he leaned back in his high-back leather chair and studied Azar. "What are you planning?" His best friend snapped his gaze to Voss's and worked his jaw. "Keon, Davin, and I are going to do a little Q&A with some wolves about Arden. Find out what the bastard is up to. You've got about 3 hours." Azar gave a short nod and left. Voss exited his study shortly after and stopped at the foot of the stairs. He listened, but all was quiet upstairs. Taking 2 steps at a time, he climbed his way to the 2nd level of the mansion. Within moments, he was standing outside Gianna's bedroom door. He could hear her moving about inside. Her scent didn't indicate she was afraid. He knocked lightly. The sound of something hitting the floor made him tense. He was about to barge in when the door swung open. "Hi." A lazy smile tugged at one corner of her lips. "Hi." "I came to see if you are okay." She opened the door wider and walked to her bed, picking up the book from the floor. That must have been what he heard. Relief floored his system. He really needed to get over his paranoia. Gianna wasn't fragile. He'd seen her stand up to Jericho that morning. "Are you coming in?" He met her stare and realized he was still standing in the doorway. "If Azar or I crowd you, let us know." She picked up a pillow and held it to her while folding her legs in front of her. I wasn't prepared for the drama over us being here. I guess the Earth officials either didn't know or didn't care to warn us." Voss closed the door and crossed the room to sit at the foot of the bed so he faced her.
"They don't know. I expected a little push from the wolves and cats, but didn't realize Arden had formed his own group."
"What does that mean?"
"I'm not sure. Nothing good."
He kicked off his shoes, then crawled to the head of the mattress and stretched out beside her.
"What I know about Arden is he's always been in trouble. Jericho tried to set him on the right path, but he wasn't the alpha at the time. Then the war broke out. The houses divided further than they already were. Jericho did say that Arden wasn't welcome into Wintervale because Jericho saw too much of the previous alpha's influence in him. I think there was more to it."
She fell silent, and he looked up at her.
"Are you sure you're okay? Azar said you needed a minute. If you want me to leave, just say the word."
"No." Releasing a sigh, she lay beside him so they were nose to nose. "It's been an exciting day." He kissed her nose, then swept the strands of hairs from her forehead. He let his fingers linger on her cheek. She was beautiful and strong. Most people would have broken down after the last couple of days, not to mention the trip from Earth to Daria. Not Gianna.
"You keep surprising me."
She bunched her brows, scrunched her nose up, and gave him a crooked frown. "How so?"
"This morning I found you holding your own with an alpha wolf, who was in the wrong. And after the incident in the gardens, you called today exciting. Not to mention you are in a new world different from your own. You're the strongest person I know."
Her cheeks tinted pink, making her look more adorable. Before she could reply to his compliment, he moved his hand to the back of her neck, pulling her closer. Dipping his head, he claimed her lips. He kissed her soft at first, then he deepened it, thrusting his tongue into her mouth. The need to possess every inch of her, inside and out, was too strong. She let out a soft groan and wrapped her arms around his neck, fisting his hair. Hot need ignited into a wildfire already brewing inside him. He ran his hand down her side to cup her ass. Instantly, she wound her legs around his waist, hooking her ankles behind him and drawing him closer. His cock swelled, pressing painfully behind the zipper of his jeans. Pleasure built as their tongues danced and twined around one another in an erotic dance. She rolled her hips, grinding against him, and he almost came.
"I need to be inside you."
"Yes." She tugged at the bottom of his shirt. He broke the kiss and yanked the shirt off, then lifted her to a sitting position to remove hers. She reached for the button of his jeans while he removed her bra. Before she touched his cock, he pushed her back. A laugh burst through her as she bounced on the mattress. Her laugh was his new favorite sound, next to her throaty moans when he pleasured her. After removing her pants and panties, he pressed a kiss to one breast, then kissed his way down her body, nipping at her soft, silky skin along the way. The urge to mark her made his dragon pace and growl in his head. He could wait a little longer, like when he was buried inside her. When he reached her pussy, he licked and sucked, savoring the sweet essence of her. Her breathing hitched as she sucked in a breath. Then she exhaled, releasing a half sigh, half groan. Slipping 2 fingers inside her, he pumped while he teased her clit with his tongue. She rolled her hips to the rhythm of his hand. He slipped a 3rd finger inside, stretching her, and finger-fucked her. Her breathing turned into pants when he increased his rhythm and bit gently on her clit. She cried out in pleasure as her orgasm washed over her. Her body jerked with each wave of her release. After a final lick from entrance to clit, he stood and removed his pants. Climbing onto the bed, He settled between her thighs, and he gripped his cock in his hand. With slow motions, he rubbed the head of his dick between her folds, teasing her once more. The teasing was driving him insane as much as it was her. Unable to wait any longer, he pushed inside her hot pussy, slow at first, then thrust forward. She cried out and gripped his forearms, her nails biting into his skin. The feel of her milking him as he pulled out and thrust back in again almost pushed him over the edge. When she wrapped her legs around him, causing him to go deeper, he knew he wouldn't last much longer. "Come for me again. I want to watch you come undone." "Yes." He cupped one breast, pinching her nipple between two fingers, picked up the pace, pounding into her. Pleasure built deep inside him, consuming him. When she screamed out in another release, every one of his muscles tensed. He thrust forward and bit her on the curve of her throat where it met her shoulder. He heard a soft curse from her before she convulsed with another orgasm. His balls tightened and every muscle in his body tensed as he reached his own climax. Voss pulled out and lay beside Gianna, drawing her to him. He breathed in her floral scent mixed with his own. His heart hammered and his body hummed with bliss. She released a sigh and snuggled into him further. He couldn't believe he'd been blessed with the second mate in a lifetime. And she was his. There was no doubt about that. He rose onto an elbow and peered down. His gaze fell on the mark on her neck. He hadn't meant to bite her, but it felt too right. As if noticing where his attention was, she touched the mark with her fingertips. Her eyebrows bunched before a slow, sensual smile lifted her lips. "What does this mean?" A shot of panic squeezed his heart. He should have waited. He should have asked her first, at least explained it to her. "I'm sorry. It just happened. I didn't mean—" She pressed a finger to his lips, silencing him. "What does it mean?" she repeated. Stubborn and fearless, he wouldn't ask for anything more in a mate. "It means I have claimed you as my mate. It's not a bond and doesn't tie you to me." He went to sit up, but she stopped him by grabbing his arm. When he glanced at her, she had her brows raised, waiting for him to explain more. Or maybe she was telling him he wasn't going to run from it. His chest tightened again, but it wasn't out of anxiety or worry. No, something much deeper that only this female could make him feel. Love. He was falling fast for her. "For our kind, it's a symbol, to let other males know that I have claimed you. It's like the first step of mating, but it's always the female who chooses. When you are ready, you will open your heart and complete the bond." She cupped his cheek. After a few moments, she slid her hand to the back of the neck and tugged him down to press a soft kiss on his lips. "What about Azar? How does he fit into the mating?" Voss settled down beside her again. He picked up a strand of her hair and twisted it around his fingers. "He'll mark you as I have. He'll probably want to do it as soon as he sees it." Voss laughed before he continued. "He might be annoyed that I didn't talk to him about it first, but he'll get over it." Gianna smiled. "I don't want you two fighting over me." Voss nipped at her nose. "We are males and possess feral animal instincts. Even though we are as close as brothers, we argue like them too." A mixture of emotions lit up her eyes and her face. There were too many for him to decipher what she was feeling at that moment. She averted her gaze and spoke softly. "When you're ready, will you tell me about Serena?" Old pain and regret surfaced, but what surprised him was his dragon was quiet about it. The beast didn't balk at the thought of sharing Serena's memory with Gianna. However, Voss wasn't 100% sure he was ready to dig into a painful past.
At least, not all of it. And definitely wasn't sharing his failures. Serena's death was one of those failures. He should have been there to protect her. When several moments went by without him speaking, Gianna said, "You don't have to now. You don't have to tomorrow or next week, or even next year. Just promise me one day you'll share her with me."
"Why do you wish to know her?"
"Because she was a part of your life, a part of your heart, and I can tell that you loved her deeply, and still do. Azar told me she was his sister, and I can find out anything about her from him. But I want to know her through your eyes. I don't know, maybe it's weird. You don't have to promise me anything. I'm just curious." What did he do to deserve such a compassionate, beautiful, and strong mate?
"She would have loved you. I promise one day soon."
Gianna hugged him and squeezed too tightly. "Thank you." Chapter 10. Voss sat behind his desk, tapping his pen against the wood. The steady rhythm gave him something to focus on besides hunting Arden down and killing him. The bastard had come too close to his mate. Even though Voss had made love to her and marked her, he still feared for her safety from rogues like Arden. Where other shifters would know she belonged to him by the mark, rogues didn't give a fuck. His brother Madden, along with his head of security, Keon, were the first to arrive. Which didn't surprise him, since Keon had joined Azar in chasing the rogues off Nightflame Land. Madden and Keon brought their mate Vanessa with them. Voss got the impression they felt the same as he did about the safety of the females. Vanessa was currently helping Gianna prepare dinner. Voss tried to tell them he could order something or call in his staff, but the females insisted on doing something. Voss could sense their uneasiness. Damn it, he hated involving them into a petty pissing contest with Arden. However, if the other females were as strong as Gianna, they might band together to insist they help with their building. Azar got the video feed set up, and within moments, Jericho and Micah, the alpha of the Silver Lake Pride, joined the call. Micah was the first to start in. Voss was in no mood for the leopard's attitude. However, he let him get whatever it was out of his system.
"Heard you stole the first group of females."
Voss noted the smirk form on the leopard's face. Azar apparently didn't, because he growled before replying.
"You would too if you discovered they were your mates."
Micah lifted both brows.
"No shit." He laughed, then added, "That's great. I mean, for y'all. It also gives us hope that the rest of us can find true mates."
Voss put the pen down on his desk.
"It is good news, and I have decided there will be changes in the program going forward. I'll go over that in the council meeting tomorrow. Right now, we have an issue with Arden."
Voss gave Jericho a pointed glare. After all, Arden was part of his pack.
"Have you heard from him lately?"
Jericho shook his head and scowled.
"The chicken shit asshat has cut off all communication and ties to the pack. He won't answer my calls, so in my book, he's officially gone rogue."
That was all Voss needed to hear from the Wolf Alpha.
"He showed up today with 3 other rogues. One was a tiger, one a leopard, and the other was a wolf. It wasn't clear what he actually wanted besides to taunt me and my mate. Also, by the way, he got friendly with the females at the hotel the day before."
Even though Arden didn't verbally threaten her, he unnerved her. That was a threat in Voss's opinion. Azar crossed his arms and added,
"Keon, Madden, and I scared the fuckers off, but I'm sure they'll be back. They're up to something."
Micah cursed softly.
"No telling. Last thing we need is another war. A group of low-life rogues stirring trouble will lead to one. What do you propose we do?"
Voss studied the 2 alphas. The 3 races signed a treaty 3 years ago. there was still some resistance. Jericho and Micah worked with Voss on establishing new laws and updating the old ones. The three of them, along with 3 males chosen by the people to represent them, made up the council. However, they still hadn't built up the trust in their people like they hoped. "We need to discover who amongst our houses are 100% behind us and who would be likely to betray us. I do feel it'll be difficult and something that we will need to proceed with delicately." Voss glanced to his closed office door a moment before it opened. Rise stuck his head in, then entered. "Council business?" Voss shook his head. "Not official. Rogue issue. I followed Arden and his group of fucktards. I'll give the address to Shade to do a little spying later tonight." Rise turned to leave, but Voss stopped him for a brief moment. "Thanks." Then to the wolf and leopard alphas, Voss said, "Come up with some options on Arden to discuss tomorrow." "Roger that," Micah said, then signed off. Jericho hesitated, and Voss got the sense that he was still pissed about the females. When Voss raised a brow, Jericho spoke. "May's heard a rumor that Arden had acquired the assistance of a chemist. I'd like to send in a spy of my own to gather more information. I'll share what I learn with the council, of course. And I know Shade is very good at being unseen, but I think someone on the inside would help." Voss leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. "You could have said that in front of Micah." Jericho released a sigh that sounded more like a growl. "It is also rumored the chemist is my brother who supposedly died in the war." Without hesitation, Voss said, "Do what you feel is necessary to find out the truth, as long as it doesn't threaten the peace treaty. We need our people to trust the new government more now than ever." Jericho nodded, then logged off. Voss met Azar's stare, but neither of them commented. If Jericho's brother was indeed still alive, the wolf would have his hands full for a while. Rise stuck his head back into the office. He had an amused look on his face. "The females have found your kava cellar." Voss laughed, making the other males look at him questioningly. He shook his head as he stood and walked out of the office. He couldn't remember the last time he laughed out loud, or when the last time he felt joy. He had his mate to thank for that. Gianna took a sip of her wine, or kava as it's known as on Daria, and thought about Arden. When she met him at the hotel, he seemed normal, nice. In the gardens earlier, he was different, darker. "What's going through that mind of yours?" Reagan sat next to her. Glancing at her friend, Gianna told her about Arden and the other shifters that showed up unannounced. "That's what this meeting is for. Voss said he'd involve us as well. I think it's so we know what's going on. Probably to warn us to be careful." "Outlaws." Reagan took a drink of her kava. "All societies have them. With them coming out of a war and rebuilding, it makes sense there would be resistance. Like a group trying to overthrow the government." Gianna nodded. She was thinking the same thing. "I wish there was something we could do to help." "Maybe there is," Vanessa said as she came into the living room. When Gianna and Reagan glanced up, Vanessa continued. "We could be the research end or help with strategizing and collecting data. Reagan is good with computers. Kat was FBI on Earth and could help with law enforcement or something. I was a doctor." Vanessa's features darkened when she said her last statement. Sadness rolled from her, and Gianna wanted to hug her. Tell her they all have new lives here. A clean slate, and their pasts were left on Earth. Vanessa was right about each of them being able to help. Before she was a cyber cutie, Gianna worked as a business consultant. Most of her projects dealt with corporate mergers and takeovers. She'd worked with several alpha-type men who bullied their way up the business ladders. They weren't much different than some criminals. Reagan was into computers. a.k.a. hacker. Gianna guessed she broke into firewalls and whatever else she did illegally. Vanessa was a doctor when she was blamed for a patient's death. That was all Gianna knew about her. Vanessa was more reserved than the rest of them. She didn't share personal information. Gianna could respect that and hoped one day the other woman would open up and they'd become close friends. "We can do that." Gianna took another sip of her wine. Ideas churned in her mind of the ways they could help. First, she'd have to research the planet's history and find out from Voss and Azar about how they currently keep the people updated on current events. "Oh!" Reagan sat up straight and smiled. "We could put together a festival or something. It would be something positive to bring the people together." Purpose and helpfulness filled Gianna. She loved going to festivals and community events. "That's a great idea. We can each make a list of ideas. I'll ask Voss and Azar for their thoughts and input." Just then, Katrina entered the living room with one of the men who was with Azar the night they picked the women up at the hotel. Shade, Gianna believed was his name. Katrina stopped in front of Gianna and eyed her glass of cava. "Please tell me you have more of that." Reagan jumped to her feet. "I got you." She winked, then disappeared into the kitchen. Gianna called over her shoulder to Reagan, "Check the oven, please, and bring the whole bottle." She didn't hear Reagan's response, but figured the woman would bring the wine in anyway. Gianna patted the cushion next to her, and when Katrina sat, she asked, "How was your first day with your dragons?" "It was interesting. I don't think Davin likes me." Katrina frowned and glanced at Shade, who returned her frown while shaking his head. "He's been busy. I told you that. Besides, it will take him a little time to adjust. Davin is a loner." Shade moved to the armchair next to the bay window and dropped down on it. Katrina shrugged. "We all need to adjust." Uh-oh. Gianna guessed not everybody was getting along. She was about to say something when Voss and Azar, along with the other guys, stepped out of the office across the large open living room. She instantly met both of their gazes and smiled. Azar was the first to reach her. He scooped her up in his arms before he sat and placed her on his lap. Amazingly, he did it so smoothly she didn't spill her wine. He sniffed her glass and his eyes lit up. "You got the good stuff." Voss came up behind the couch where they sat and tilted her head so she met his gaze. "What's for dinner?" "I wanted to make chicken marsala, only don't have marsala, so I substituted with one of the sweeter kavas I found in the cellar. And you don't have chicken, but something similar. Gallon, I think it's called?" She watched his sensual mouth lift in a smile. Gianna was glad she took those food classes on the ship. It really helped to know what ingredients to pair up together and which ones were similar enough to make a Daria-style chicken marsala. Reagan helped, and the comms Nigel gave them at the spaceport also helped. It had an app that helped with some of the items in the kitchen when she didn't know what they were. "Gallon is our version of chicken. It's very similar. Dinner smells wonderful." He placed a kiss on her forehead and moved to the bar along the wall behind the couch. The room fell silent, and when she looked around, she noted everyone was watching her and her guys. A blush heated her cheeks, and she quickly filled the silence. "Who is Arden, really? The girls and I think he's an outlaw or just a jerk. Kat said he reminded her of a serial killer. Good-looking, nice, and friendly, until he kidnaps you and kills you." The girls laughed. The guys grunted. But Azar was the first to answer. "All the above. He has a problem with anyone in charge. Plus, he's not right in the head." "That's because he's a bloodthirsty, power-hungry rogue." Keon sat on the floor at Vanessa's feet. Then he lifted one of her legs, removed her shoe, and then massaged her foot. Gianna tapped her finger against her glass.
being rogue is like having an illness? Madden nodded as he took a seat next to Vanessa on the love seat.
It can also be a choice. Sometimes it's hard to tell.
Voss spoke next.
Arden was born pissed off at the world. We also believe he may be creating a rebellion so he could rule like an alpha does his pack. He was a soldier for the former Wolf Alpha who started the war.
That didn't sound good. Gianna scanned the faces around her. The men had mixed emotions of anger and dread. He's planning something. I got the sensation while in the gardens that he wants to destroy the peace you are working to establish.
Azar nodded, but Voss said, "He's crazy."
Reagan laughed. I'm experienced with dealing with crazy. But on a serious note, how much support do you get from the other races? Have there been efforts to bring them together? The guys glanced at one another, and Gianna took that opportunity to add to Reagan's questions. How much trust do you have from the other houses?
Voss held up his hand. "Slow down." He chuckled. "We are transitioning into a new government, one that gives the people more voting power. So far, everyone seems to be leery. It's like they don't trust that the war is over."
Azar kissed her temple and pulled her close.
"What are you females plotting?"
Gianna smiled. Could we put together a festival where all the races and houses are invited? I understand that security would be needed. That's where you guys come in. You can work with the wolves and the cats to offer guards to keep the rogues in their place. Speaking of rogues, Katrina broke her silence. What are you doing to police them? Keon answered her question.
At the moment, the houses police their own territories and their own people.
Katrina sipped her wine. Is there an enforcement body that can cross the different territories? Like if a rogue commits a crime on our land, then goes into wolf territory, how is that handled?
There is a council set up, Voss replied. But they are more like judges. I'll have Davin work with you on getting something set up if you like.
Katrina gave a short nod. Gianna noticed how her eyes lit up with excitement at her new task. She'd have to thank Voss later for not telling any of the women to stay out of it. A festival? Gianna glanced over to Voss. I think that would be fun. It will give the people something to focus on instead of fear. Something positive.
It could work,
Keon added. One by one, each of the guys agreed. Gianna couldn't wait to start researching the history of the planet and their people so she and the other women could plan the perfect event. The buzzer to the oven went off, and she hopped up. Dinner is done. Chapter 11. Gianna sat at the breakfast nook with a cup of coffee and stared out the window, watching the sun rise over the horizon. Usually she slept until about mid-morning. However, her mind wouldn't stop churning over the ideas for the festival she and the other women were organizing.
You're up early.
Azar kissed her forehead, then drifted to the coffee maker. Morning. I couldn't sleep anymore. She admired his bare back and how his shorts rested on his hips. He was so sexy in the morning.
Well, any time of day. You should have woken me. He waggled his brows as he poured his coffee.
She hid her smile behind her coffee cup. I thought about it. Then you looked so peaceful, I figured I'd let you sleep.
He sipped his coffee and studied her. I'm not sure if that is nice or cruel of you.
She laughed. I don't have a cruel bone in my body.
He raised a brow as if challenging her. Or maybe he didn't believe her. That may be true, but I have a feeling that you can protect yourself if you need to.
I can. I've taken self-defense classes as well as other martial art training. He sat across from her, staring at her with one corner of his mouth lifted. She wondered what he was thinking. Then his expression turned serious.
Was there a reason you needed to defend yourself?
She shook her head. No, after my mom fell ill, I just needed something to do. A lump formed in her throat, and she stared out the window. Azar reached across and took her hand. "Sorry about your mom." Blinking away the tears, she took another sip of her coffee. "It's okay. She stopped recognizing me a few years ago. Then, a couple months before I was contacted about the surrogate program, Mom refused to see me. Her nurses said she would get confused and really upset when I visited." He frowned. "I couldn't imagine what it was like." She met his stare. "Anyway, do you have anything specific planned for today?" He pressed his lips together, and for a moment she thought he was going to argue about her changing the subject. She was relieved when he didn't. "I have a few things to take care of in the office, and then I'm all yours this afternoon." She loved the idea of spending the afternoon with Azar. "That sounds great. While you're working, I'll be in the library doing some research. That way, if I have questions, I can ask you later." She lifted the cup to her lips just as Voss entered the kitchen. His long silver hair was braided down his back. He wore a baby blue button-down shirt and black slacks. "Good morning." A crooked smile lifted his lips, and he bent down to place a kiss on hers. "Morning." His smile vanished, and he drew his brows together. "I'll be gone all day." "It's okay. I was going to research, and then I can pick Azar's brain on the type of festival we'll have." "This whole idea has me a little nervous. Even though I think it's a great idea, it still makes me anxious. I guess because it's something new." She took his hand and placed a kiss on his palm. "You can't keep the races separate forever. They must learn to get along and live together. Events like festivals will bring them together. Everything else will fall into place. It'll just take some time." The silver specks in his midnight blue eyes brightened, and he captured her lips again. "I hope you're right. I must get going. See you tonight." "Bye." She watched him give Azar a nod before he left the room. Azar stood, picking up his coffee. "I should get to work. I'll be in the study if you need me. Don't hesitate to come in there if you're bored." He waggled his brows again, which drew a giggle from her. She waved him off. "Go before neither of us gets anything done today." She heard him chuckle as he made his way to the living room, then to the study. With a sigh, she collected her cup and made her way to the library. As she passed the study, she paused and touched the bite Voss gave her the day before. She wondered if Azar knew it was there. If he did, he didn't comment. However, his teasing in the kitchen had her thinking about the things they could be doing. She wanted him. She knocked on the door, then opened it slowly. Azar sat behind the large, dark-colored wood desk and lifted his gaze to hers. His brows bunched. "What is it?" After moving inside the study, she closed the door and pressed her back against it. Her heart hammered, and she thought the thing would leap out of her chest. A knowing gleam sparked in his gaze. Slowly he stood and walked around the desk. Anticipation fluttered in her belly while her core vibrated with desire. He stopped inches from her and didn't touch her. "Can I help you with something?" "I don't know." She traced a finger down his shirt until she reached the bottom. Then she slid her hand underneath to run her hand up his chest. A rumble shuddered from him. He ripped his shirt off and tossed it to the ground. His mouth was on hers in moments, and he pressed her to the door. Her panties dampened and her pussy pulsed with need. Reaching down, she cupped him through his pants. He groaned and pushed his hips into her hand. He bit down on her lower lip, sending a wave of pleasure through her. She wrapped her legs around his waist and ground against him. He cupped her ass and squeezed. "You are not good for my control." "Who says you have to be in control all the time?" she teased and tightened her legs around him. A growl rumbled from him. "I'm trying to give you time to adjust." He touched the bite Voss gave her the day before. "I see you also tempt Voss as well." She licked at the tip of his nose. I think it's you two who did something to my libido. Flashes of silver sparked in his green eyes. It's the mating pull, the overwhelming need to be inside you all the time. She laughed and framed his face. It was definitely overwhelming and raw. I like it. I love the way you and Voss make me feel. Claiming his lips, she wrapped her arms around his neck and threaded her fingers through his hair. Azar deepened the kiss while hooking his fingers in the waistband of her panties. With a quick jerk, he ripped them off her. The slide of a zipper was the next sound before he teased her clit with the head of his cock. Tingles of pleasure scattered over her skin and raced in her veins. He pushed inside her, thrusting forward and burying himself to the hilt. A small moan escaped her as he began a slow tempo. Desire built in her core and threatened to explode at any moment. You want me to mark you? Without hesitation, she said, yes. When Voss bit her, the mixture of pain and pleasure sent a shockwave of sensations through her whole body. Azar struck, biting the opposite shoulder Voss marked. She knew what to expect this time and welcomed the sharp pain that quickly dissolved into bliss that ignited the fire in her soul. He pumped his hips faster with each thrust. She scored her nails into his back, then screamed as the orgasm crashed over her. His body jerked and his muscles tensed as his climax pushed him over the edge to join her in the blissfulness. Chapter 12. Gianna stretched, then yawned, while leaning back in the chair she spent the last few hours in, searching through the library's reference books and archives. Even though she took classes and read about the planet during her travel, there was so much more rich history to learn. There were so many fascinating things about the planet and the people. Voss had mentioned their planet wasn't much different from Earth, so she shouldn't have been surprised by her findings. Well, she was more intrigued by how much more advanced Daria was compared to Earth. The shifters use a mixture of the elements and magic in their technology. In doing so, there was no pollution, which she noticed while in the gardens with Voss the day before. There was so much history and facts. It was going to take a long time to go through a fraction of it. She needed to ask the guys what she needed to know to get the festival planned. She lifted her gaze to the clock on the wall and sighed. It was a little past noon. Her stomach rumbled as if realizing the time as well. Wow, she almost worked through lunch. Closing the book she was reading, she stood and gathered her notebook, then descended the stairs. When she reached the first floor of the library, she noticed the door to the royal hoard, aka jewel room, was cracked open. It wasn't like that when she came into the library. She was sure of it. Frowning, she crossed the room and tapped on the door. Azar? When no one answered, she opened it and went inside. The lights didn't turn on automatically like they did when the guys showed her the room. Odd. However, there was enough light spilling in from the library that she could see enough to reach the antique jeweled lamp on the table to her right. The room filled with soft white light. That was when she noticed a crown was gone. Voss's mother's crown. Gianna's heart hammered and her blood chilled in her veins. Anger soon bloomed in her soul. Who would steal from her guys? Moving closer to the black velvet pillow the crown once sat on, she noted a folded piece of paper in its place. Dread settled in her stomach like a rock. She opened the note, and a weird puff of smoke burst from the paper. She coughed and waved her hand to clear the air to study the note, but couldn't read the writing. It wasn't in English. Dizziness swam in her mind, and she gripped the table to steady herself. A sudden wave of fear stole her ability to breathe for several beats. Then her breaths came in short gasps, like she was having an asthma attack. No, a panic attack. She worried what was in the smoke. Was it poison? She was going to die.
Anxiety swirled inside her, making it harder to breathe. Azar and Voss said no one had access to the room except for them and her. But intuition told her the guys weren't in there. She'd known if they were while she was in the library. Wouldn't she? Someone had been in the house. They stole the crown and poisoned her. She stumbled out the room and went straight to the study. Opening the door, she leaned against it, still not able to catch her breath. Azar was on the phone, but he noticed her as if he sensed her presence. His forehead creased as he met her stare. Then his eyes flashed silver, his dragon looking out at her from within.
"I'll call you back. Something's come up."
When he hung up the phone, he rushed around the desk quicker than her eyes could track. Then again, her vision blurred in and out. He framed her face, forcing her to focus on him.
"What's wrong?"
She tried to catch her breath, but couldn't. "Crown, poison, I'm dying." Azar inhaled as if scenting the air, then cursed.
"You're not dying."
He rested his forehead to hers while rubbing his thumbs along her cheeks in soothing strokes.
"Slow down. You're safe. You haven't been poisoned."
He repeated the words, his voice barely a whisper as he drew her into his body. Her head rested on his chest, and she listened to the steady beat of his heart. He continued to speak to her, calming her.
"Breathe with me. In, 1, 2. Out, 3, 4.
Finally, she fell into a rhythm. The earlier panic drained away. She held up the note, and her voice trembled as she spoke. "The crown is gone, and this was in its place. When I opened it, a cloud of smoke came out of it."
He growled and took the note from her. He put it to his nose. "Fuck. It's not poison. It's a hallucinogen. It must have triggered a panic attack."
She just nodded into his chest, hating the lack of control and the weakness she felt. Azar scooped her up in his arms and moved to the sofa and sat while holding her to him. He opened the note with one hand and read it out loud, translating for her.
"Your precious jewels aren't as protected as you think. Neither is your mate."
Fucking bastard. Azar pulled out his phone from his front pocket and punched in a number. After a moment, he said,
"We have a problem, and it smells like a rogue."
Voss's dragon was so close to the surface he could barely keep the beast contained. Someone was in his house. In daylight, and while his mate was there. Fury boiled in his veins. He wasn't sure if he was more pissed the bastard stole from him, or that whoever it was threatened his mate's life. Even though the powder was a hallucinogen, it sent Gianna into a panic attack. She could have gone insane, or worse, had a heart attack. The whole thing had Arden written all over it. The rogue was going to die. A growl rumbled from him, drawing the attention of Davin, Keon, and Azar on the other side of the bar from him. They were in the game room going over the security footage because Voss needed a drink and the study smelled like sex and fear. Gianna and Azar had sex in the study. Voss guessed it was earlier in the day, since the scent of her arousal was faint. Her fear dominated the space, which fueled his need to kill whomever had stolen from them.
"Do you think the little visit in the garden was Arden's way to distract you?"
Azar stared at him. His green depths darkened while his dragon looked out, watching.
"That's my thought. I don't understand how they got in."
Voss poured a glass of wine and focused on Keon. His head of security glanced up from the computer after clicking a few more keys.
"Got it. Brazen is faster at working the feeds."
Brazen was the computer genius in their circle of friends. He was currently on a date with his mate. Keon pressed a button on the remote to turn on the flat screen. Images of the library filled the view.
"So I backed it up to 10 minutes before Arden showed." Voss focused on the screen. Everything looked normal, quiet. Keon fast-forwarded the video. Voss watched the time clock in the bottom left-hand corner as the video rolled through to that morning. Then he saw movement. "Stop. There." Keon stopped the video and pushed play. Gianna entered the room and went straight to the spiral staircase in the corner. Keon fast-forwarded a little bit slower. He must have seen something because he stopped, then rewound the video before hitting play again. A ghostly outline of the person, at least Voss thought it was a person, drifted into the library and stopped in the middle of the room. He couldn't tell what he was doing, and after a few moments, the ghost went straight to the jewel room. And the fucker walked right through the door. "What the hell?" Azar said before Voss could. Davin leaned closer to the screen. "That's not shade, is it?" Voss shook his head, understanding how Davin would think it was shade. "No, shade's power allows him to blend in with the shadows, making him appear to be invisible. He doesn't actually go invisible. Not like a ghost who can walk through doors or walls." "So we're looking for someone with the power of invisibility? I thought those types of powers were a myth." Keon glanced up at him. "My mother always said there is some truth in legends and myths." Voss continued to watch the screen. "I'll have Gianna do some research on the myths of our people." 5 minutes later, the door to the jewel room opened. The man in a hooded cloak came out, holding the crown. He paused and looked up to the second floor. Voss's heart skipped a beat, and he held his breath while clenching his teeth. Gianna was up there at that time. So help him if that bastard hurt her in any way. To his relief, the man turned invisible again and left. Azar jumped up and pointed at the screen. "That isn't just invisibility. He ghosted out and walked through the freaking door. Who does that?" Keon turned off the screen, then his computer. "There's only one creature I can recall who can do that. A wraith is an evil spirit who can take human form at will." Davin shook his head. "Those monsters have secluded themselves in the wastelands. They don't even acknowledge the outside world." Voss frowned. "Maybe. They are subject to rogues as much as we are. We all need to ask around, dig up more information on them and what they have been up to recently. Gianna's been searching through the archives, so I'll ask her if she remembers reading anything about wraiths." The males all nodded. Davin and Keon collected their things and left the room. Voss stared at Azar, and after a moment, Azar said, "What?" "I'm okay with sharing. Hell, it was my idea when we came up with the surrogate program. I'm okay with the display of affection in front of each other. However, the rooms that you and I share to work in are off limits to sexual activity unless it is the three of us." Azar opened his mouth, then closed it. He pressed his lips together. There was laughter in Azar's eyes, which made Voss want to laugh. He couldn't be serious around his best friend. Azar always had a way of making him laugh, even when he was stressed. "I figured it was a little payback from marking her and not talking about it first." Voss jerked back slightly. Azar's tone held a little envy in it. "That just happened. I didn't plan it. After those rogues showed up..." Azar placed a hand on Voss's forearm. They locked gazes, and Azar's turned serious. "I get it. Sex in the study just happened. I didn't plan it." She came in with that look in her eyes. Fighting off a groan, Voss nodded. "I know what look you are referring to. Fuck, just the smell of her makes me want her." "Yep. Let's find our mate." Azar rushed out of the game room. Voss shook his head, his earlier lethal mood tamed. A little. Chapter 13. Gianna tapped randomly at the piano keys. She didn't understand why she had a panic attack. Sure, she had mild anxiety,
but she'd never had a full-on panic attack before. It's normal to have anxiety, especially being in a new place and finding out that you're a mate for 2 dragons. It's a lot to take in. Vanessa handed her a bottle of water and sat beside her on the piano bench. Gianna lifted her shoulders. You're right. I guess the main thing that bothers me was I'm certain the door was closed when I went into the library. Katrina spoke from the display case on the other side of the music room. Did you notice anything else out of place when you entered the jewel room? Gianna shook her head. No. Then again, I was just too shocked to notice. Footsteps drew the 3 women's attention to the door. Madden crossed the room to Gianna. He held out an inhaler to her.
It's all natural, made from herbs to help you with your breathing and relaxing. It's safe to use as much as you need to.
Thank you. Gianna took the inhaler. Madden gave her a nod and turned to Vanessa. They shared an unreadable look before she stood and followed him to the door. They spoke to each other in hushed tones. Gianna noted softness in Madden's voice as he spoke, but she couldn't make out the words. When they kissed, Gianna turned away, focusing on Katrina. I want to help find that crown. A slow smile curved Katrina's lips. What are you thinking? Gianna waited for Madden to leave and Vanessa to return to the conversation. First, we have to figure out who took it and where it is. Then I want to steal it back. Azar followed Gianna's scent to the music room. Voss was quietly following behind him. He'd worried about her since seeing her fight to breathe during her anxiety attack. It scared the shit out of him. He was glad he was able to calm her so she could fight off the drug. Female laughter drifted from the room, putting his mind at ease. Laughter was always a good sign. When he glanced back at Voss, he saw the same relief on his face as well. How did that female come to mean so much to them in the short time that she'd been there? Before they entered the room, he stopped Voss and asked, How were you able to go on after Serena's death? His best friend raised a brow. You were there. It wasn't pretty. I know, it was hard on both of us. But she was your mate. You were a bonded pair. Azar would have gone rogue. Insanity would have taken his humanity. He would have slaughtered the whole wolf pack for taking his mate. Hell, he wanted to anyway for the death of his sister. At least he realized it wasn't Jericho or the pack who started the war. It was the old alpha, Cedric. The evil, crazy bastard was the poster boy for insane rogue. Voss held up a hand. We weren't bonded. I hadn't claimed her. I was waiting. Maybe if I had, she'd still be alive. It's not your fault, man. The war wasn't your fault. It was the rogue alpha of Wintervale. Voss stared back at him, studying him for a long moment before he asked, Why did you ask about Serena? Azar averted his gaze to the door of the music room. Because of Gianna and how much of a connection has formed between us in the short time she's been here. I just know I can't let her go, and the overpowering urge to keep her safe makes my dragon antsy. Voss clasped him on the shoulder. That's what a mate does to us. Makes us crazy. The one thing I learned from Serena is that females have their own mind. Not all of them like to be protected in a little bubble. He knew that, and as quiet and timid as Gianna was, he had no doubt she'd put her foot down if they were doing something she didn't like. If you knew the surrogates would be in danger just by being here, would you still have gone forward with the program? Yes, because it's our only shot at keeping the races alive. Voss frowned. That's some deep shit you two talk about. Madden walked out of the music room, shaking his head. Azar laughed and flipped him the bird. What are you doing here? Madden raised a brow. Besides my mate being here visiting yours, I dropped off an inhaler for Gianna, something to help her relax when she needs it.
Voss inclined his head to his brother. "Thank you. I didn't think to ask. You've been busy and distracted, as we all are. I've been doing some thinking. The females want the races to connect and interact more. What if we built a bigger hospital? One that's on neutral territory that welcomes everyone. We could put out a call for healers from all 3 houses."
Azar perked up at the idea and glanced at Voss.
"I think it'll work. It'll be another step to unity." "I agree. There'll be those who won't want it." Madden grunted. "They don't have to use the new hospital. I'm not building it for them. It'll be for those who want to help the races unite and rebuild."
A smile lifted the corner of Voss's mouth.
"Put a proposal together, and you can sit in on the next Alphas meeting." "Great! I'll have Vanessa help me. I had Brazen hack into her records, and she was an amazing doctor and surgeon on Earth. I'd love to see what she can do."
Madden turned and left. Azar met his boss's gaze.
"He seemed excited about that."
Voss nodded.
"It's good to see him excited about something. Let's see if our mate is up to going out for dinner."
Chapter 14. Gianna was thrilled when the guys asked if she felt like going out. She had told them it would take a lot more than a coward thief to scare her. Hiding was something she'd never done. She'd always had to be the strong one. When her father left, it was Gianna who made her mom see they were better off without him. She'd been 14. Although he had never physically abused them, he constantly told her mom she was worthless. In the end, she believed it. It took a lot of effort on Gianna's part to get her mom to see just how beautiful and smart she was. Then Alzheimer's settled in, and Gianna had to be the strong one again. Facing her mom each day, knowing she'd have to explain she was her daughter, was hard. After about a year, Gianna pretended to be whoever her mom thought she was, until her mom started to fear her, saying she was there to spy on her for Gianna's father. It took all her strength to walk away and join the surrogates program. She made herself believe her mom was better off. No more reminders of the verbally abusive husband who left her with nothing. Tears blurred her gaze, but she blinked them away and focused on her reflection in the mirror. Her brown hair fell in waves around her shoulders. She wore a simple but elegant dress that fell just below her knees and hugged her curves perfectly. It was one of her favorites.
"Are you ready?"
She met Voss's stare in the mirror. All her worries melted away. When she turned, he held out a hand. His features brightened as he raked his gaze over her. Her body warmed as if he physically caressed her.
"You look beautiful."
Taking his hand, she tugged him closer so she could kiss him. "Thank you, but I think you are a little biased." He chuckled and wound his arms around her waist, flattening her body to his. A wildfire of passion ignited within her. He dipped his head and kissed the spot where he marked her. Over his shoulder, she saw Azar fill the doorway of her room. A slow smile lifted her lips. "What time is our reservation?"
A rumble of half-groan, half-growl came from Voss, and he walked her backward. "I don't need a reservation."
She slid her hands up his chest, then curled her arms around his neck. His long silver hair hung loose around his shoulders. She ran her fingers through the silken strands. Extending her other hand to Azar, she curled her index finger in a come-here gesture. Azar prowled closer and walked around to her back. He touched her shoulders lightly, then glided them to the zipper of her dress. Within moments, the soft fabric dropped to the floor, pooling at her feet. So many sensations stirred her insides and tingled her skin. Her pussy pulsed in anticipation of the pleasure her 2 guys were about to give her. A moan slipped from her lips, and she leaned back against Azar. Her bones felt like jelly under their touches. Azar gripped her hips and rocked his into her.
Raw desire fueled the wildfire raging through her. She met Voss's stare and thought she was going to come. The tiny specks of light in his midnight blue eyes brightened and seemed to dance as he drank in the sight of her. For the first time in her life, she felt desired and wanted. Their individual marks they gave her tingled, adding to the mounting ache in her core. "I need you to. Now." She didn't know which one growled. Maybe it was both. Azar turned her to face him, and Voss removed her bra. Azar held her gaze as he lowered his head and licked one tight nipple. She groaned as hot, raw desire heated her from the inside out. Voss removed her panties, then lifted her legs, one at a time, and kicked her dress to the side. He removed his own clothes, then pressed his body to hers. The sensation of flesh to flesh sent a dizzying wave of need over her. So beautiful. Voss teased her clit with his fingers with one hand, while guiding his thick cock between her folds from behind. The heat intensified inside her, turning the wildfire into an inferno. Azar cupped her breast and rolled the nipple between his fingers while he removed his pants with his free hand. Desire flooded her system, consuming. She wasn't sure how much more she could take before she exploded. Voss entered her, and she gasped as pleasure pushed her further over the edge. She wrapped her hand around Azar's cock and stroked as Voss fucked her from behind. "Come." Voss's husky tones stirred the passion more. "Yes," and she did. Her body jerked and spasmed as the orgasm slammed in her. Azar kissed her, thrusting his tongue inside her mouth, and met hers in an erotic dance. He pumped his hips, fucking her hand as she stroked him harder. Voss increased his tempo, slamming deep inside. Sensations of pleasure, need, and love swirled in her soul and her body. When she came again, she cried out. "That's it. Let go," Azar growled. Voss pulled out and Azar took over. He lifted her with his hands on her ass, and she wrapped her legs around him. A moment later, he laid her on the bed and settled between her thighs and entered her with a quick thrust, stretching her. "You feel so good," Azar groaned and pumped his hips faster, each thrust pushing him deeper inside. Voss gripped himself and stroked. God, he was hot. Gianna reached out to him. "Come here." With a wicked grin, he obeyed while still sliding his hand up and down his cock. When he reached her, she brushed his hand away and replaced it with her mouth. Both men groaned. She sucked him while he rocked his hips. Azar dug his fingers into her hips and slammed into her over and over. Pleasure mounted. It wouldn't be long before she exploded in another climax. The guys tensed and increased their rhythms. Then they groaned out in pleasure as their hot seed filled her, Azar in her womb and Voss in her throat. She loved every minute of it, every moment of pleasure they brought her. Then she was tumbling off the ledge as another earth-shattering release crashed over her. "So you guys aren't worried about Arden and his merry band of idiots?" It surprised her that the guys suggested going out for dinner, especially after the events of the past couple days. However, the way they made love to her, multiple times, was possessive. It was like they needed to know she was theirs and alive. And she was both. Azar held the door to the transport open and winked at her. "Arden and the other rogues would have to have a death wish to show up where we are going." Voss climbed in the driver's seat and frowned. "As much as I would like to keep you hidden until all threats are eliminated, I can't. It's not fair to you. If I hide from every death threat, I'd never leave the house. Besides, the restaurant is heavily guarded by dragons." Of course it was. His words sank in, and she twisted around and glared at him. "Death threats?" He covered her hand, then lifted it to his lips. "I'm the king, the leader of the 3 races. Not everyone likes me." Azar climbed into the back seat. "No one is strong enough, or stupid enough, to challenge him. Well, Arden is stupid enough." A giggle bubbled up at Azar's last statement. With a sigh, she settled into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. The transport was like cars on Earth, but more advanced. Some of them had similar looks that made her wonder if aliens had gone to Earth and shared their designs, or the aliens adapted humans' designs. She was betting on the latter. From her research, she learned the same elemental magic mixed with technology that powered the planet also powered the transporters. The one they were in was a 4-door, sleek, dark red, curvy yet boxy vehicle. It reminded her of a high-end SUV. "What do you think Arden wants? I mean, besides to rule the world?" Gianna watched the trees rush by as they drove toward the city. "He's power-hungry. Despite Azar calling him stupid, he is very intelligent, which makes him dangerous." Voss pushed a button next to a small screen set in the dash. It flared to life, and a text file opened. "It's touchscreen. You can flip through." Azar added, "That's the file we have on Arden. If you notice, the last entry was dated a few years ago. So we're all concerned why he'd show up now." Gianna turned the screen to face her and scanned the documents. "It seems like a coincidence he shows not long after me and the other women got here." "Too much of one." Voss gripped the steering wheel tighter. "It could mean he's just being noisy, and I would have believed that if the crown wasn't stolen. He's taunting me. Why? I'm not sure. The dragons didn't have much contact with him before now, and I left Arden's punishment up to Jericho when the Alpha took over the wolf pack." Gianna glanced up from the screen and nodded. One of the first things she looked up in the library was the war. It was started by the Wintervale wolves. Their old Alpha was a mean, power-greedy bastard who wanted to rule the planet and take out the dragons. Jericho and a group of rebels rose and overturned the Alpha by challenging him. Jericho won and ended the war by signing a peace treaty with Voss. Not long after, Voss and the other 2 Alphas, Jericho and Micah, formed a council to act as a unified government. "Do you think he's trying to finish what the old Wolf Alpha started?" She glanced from Voss to Azar, where he sat in the back seat. "Yes, we do," Azar answered. "In order to accomplish anything the Alpha Dick did, Arden would need a lot of backing. I've asked Jericho and Micah to look for spies within their packs." Voss turned at a parking lot. Gianna stared wide-eyed at the 2-story building that was a cross between a Gothic mansion and a farmhouse. On the right side of the building was a dragon carved out of stone, climbing to the roof. The guys weren't kidding when they said it was secure. 2 large men stood on either side of the entrance. They had long black hair with streaks of deep purple running through it. Their eyes were more dragon-like than Voss's and Azar's. Like her guys, their skin also shimmered in the light. Gianna wondered if the 2 males were brothers. They might be twins. When Gianna and her mates approached, the guards nodded at Voss, then Azar, and stared at her briefly before focusing on the men in line behind Gianna and her guys. The guards stopped them and asked for identification. Gianna glanced at Azar in question. Leaning in, he whispered, "They check everybody's ID, especially since the message went out this morning that there are rogues wandering around. Everyone except for Boss Man." He pointed at Voss. After entering the restaurant, they were greeted by a host who bowed. He was tall, with lean muscles. His hair was black and spiky, with the tips colored in a bright blue. His skin had a red hue to it. He had tribal-looking markings across his forehead and down one side of his face. Gianna couldn't tell if they were tattoos or markings he was born with.
Good evening, my lord. Your table is ready. He glanced at her and stared for a few minutes before waving them on to follow him. Gianna didn't feel uncomfortable with the looks she was getting. She knew they were just curious. It was a little strange for her to be the only female. The host led them to a private dining room toward the back of the restaurant. He held out her chair for her. She thanked him, but Voss cleared his throat. Instantly, the host stepped back. Voss replaced him at the back of the chair. That will be all. Gianna sat and waited for the man to leave. He was being nice. Voss's lips twitched as he took his seat to her right. I'm reminding him not to cross the line. She rolled her eyes and met Azar's stare. They're all curious. Azar covered her hand. They're savages. He winked, and she laughed and unfolded her napkin, then placed it over her knee. What did you find out from the library video feed? All amusement drained from her guys' faces. It was Voss who spoke. We think it was a wraith who broke in and stole the crown, and he did it while you were in the library. Her heart pounded, and she looked from one guy to the next. The thief was in the library when she was? He could have killed her. A small amount of panic rose inside her. It was nowhere near the attack she had earlier when she got a face full of the hallucinogen. As if sensing her distress at the news, Azar reached over and cupped her cheek. They locked gazes, and instantly she calmed. She leaned into his touch. His warmth seeped into her skin. First, what is a wraith? And second, did he know I was there? Voss flicked his gaze to the waiter as he came in, then back to Gianna. She didn't need for her guys to tell her to keep the information to herself. There could be spies anywhere. After the waiter took their orders and left, Voss covered her hand and gently squeezed. Wraiths are vicious spirits that live in the wastelands. They generally stay to themselves, and most hate outsiders. Azar snorted. Outsiders meaning the rest of us. Why would one steal your crown? Voss shook his head as the waiter returned with a bottle of wine. After Voss approved of the type, the waiter poured each of them a glass. Without looking at the waiter, Voss said, Thank you. We don't know, Azar answered her question. We guess he is working with Arden. Gianna frowned. But you have no proof. Yet. Voss sipped his wine. Suspicious, she glanced at them. What are you two planning? We're going to the wastelands to talk with the Wraith King. She straightened in her seat. Interest sparked within her. She hadn't read about the wastelands. What are the wastelands? Pretty much what they are called. It's the dark region of the planet. The only plant life is what can grow with little to no sunlight. Dark magic flows under the ground there. Azar took a drink of his water. Gianna smiled and asked, When do we leave? Voss shook his head. You're not going. Tugging her hand from his, she crossed her arms and glared at each of them. So I'm to stay home by myself while you two go into the dark forest ruled by demons? What if that is exactly what they want? For you to leave me alone? You won't be alone. Azar sat back in his chair and stared at her, the corners of his lips twitching. Voss worked his jaw, and storm brewed in his dark gaze. Your female friends and their mates will be staying with you. Plus, the staff returns tomorrow. He really thought he had it all figured out. The men were hers, and she was not staying behind and worrying about them. She scowled. Azar was with me today, and the Wraith still got in and stole the crown. He was in the same room as me. How likely would it have been for Azar to get to me before the evil spirit took me too, or worse? The guys glanced at each other. She held up a hand and continued. If the crown truly is mine when we complete the mating, then I need to be the one to steal it back. Therefore, I'm going with you.
Chapter 15. The female was stubborn, that was for sure. She made a pretty good argument at dinner. At least did a great job at setting in the fear that she wasn't safe unless she was by their side. It didn't mean Voss had to like it. Against his better judgment, the three of them decided to go to the wastelands right after dinner. They had stopped off at the mansion to grab a small backpack and a tablet Brazen had loaded with the video feed from the library. "The Wraiths don't like outsiders," Voss reminded her again as they exited the house. He got an eye roll in return. "So you keep telling me. What else can you tell me?" Voss let out a growl while Azar chuckled and waved them to the transporter. "They're creatures that live in the wastelands. Nasty, evil spirits, and you need to be on full alert all the time. The wastelands are filled with their dark powers." Gianna nodded, climbed in the front seat of the transporter. She was calm, and that worried Voss. He wanted to know what she was thinking and feeling. Was she scared? Was she looking forward to seeing the wastelands? He'd noticed her excitement level elevated when she researched their history, just like it did when he and Azar mentioned the Wraiths and the wastelands. When he settled behind the wheel, she turned to him, her eyes bright. "I understand. I'm not a reckless person. I will admit that I am curious, but at the same time, I feel I can help. It's a feeling in the back of my mind or in my soul. It's hard to explain." She linked her fingers with his and gave a gentle squeeze. Voss sighed and lifted her hand to press a kiss to her knuckles. "And I will worry about you the whole time." She gave him a beautiful smile. "Fair enough. But seriously, we're going there to ask him a question. We're not accusing them of a crime. It's all in the way you ask. We have the video as proof we can show them, so hopefully they can ID the person."
"If only it was that simple," Azar commented from the back seat. Voss said, "She has a point. We just have to convince them that we're there peacefully." That was easier said than done. The Wraiths were nasty on the good days. Their leader, Zonder, wasn't the forgiving type. There was a reason they separated themselves from the rest of the races. As they approached the edge of the wastelands, the transporter began to lose power. Voss had expected it. After all, the vehicle was powered by natural, clean energy. The wastelands were dark, and the magic running through the region was heavy. He let the vehicle continue until it died completely and coasted to a stop before shutting it off. They were in the space where the light met the dark, the gray area, as some called it. Behind them was the light, and in front was the dark. Gianna stepped out when it came to a stop and scanned the area while turning in a circle. "It is kind of cool and eerie at the same time." She glanced at Voss, then Azar as they got out of the transporter. "Why did we stop?" "The transporter cannot run on the dark energy from the wastelands. We have to walk the rest of the way." Voss glanced at her to see her reaction. She simply nodded and continued to scan the landscape. Azar leaned into her and kissed her shoulder. "Are you nervous?" She let out a breathy laugh. Voss heard the tension in her tone even before she said, "Just a little." Voss faced Gianna. "We stay together. Don't trust anything you see or hear." Gianna framed his face and kissed him. "We will be fine." He let out a low growl. He wasn't so sure. Azar dipped his head inside the transporter, then pulled out the backpack with the copy of the video surveillance in it. When he straightened, Gianna took it from him and threw it over her arm. Voss was about to take the pack from her when a hum of dark energy drifted on the breeze and wrapped around them. When he glanced to the borderline of the wastelands, he froze. 6 very large wraiths materialized and stood around them. Voss lifted his hands, showing them he was unarmed. "I need to speak with Zonder." The larger one in the middle, Grim, spoke. Our king has nothing to say to you. Behind Voss, he heard Gianna curse.
Stubborn-ass demons. Hey, that doesn't belong to you!
Voss glanced over his shoulder, careful not to make sudden movements, even though his dragon demanded he protect their mate. A moment later, one of the wraiths grabbed Gianna in one hand and had the backpack in the other.
Don't hurt her. Voss let the lethal warning hang in the air.
Grimm moved closer to him, locking gazes.
State your business, then leave.
Azar tried to jerk out of the magic holding him, then snarled, We have proof that one of your kind stole from us. All we want is the name.
Grimm shook his head. You have nothing that we want. Why would one of us steal from you?
Gianna spoke then. Maybe not you or those who live here, but maybe someone has broken your rules and left? A rogue? And someone who could possibly be working with the shifter rogues. The large male wraith flicked his gaze to her and frowned. He stared at her for several long moments before he snapped his fingers, barking out orders.
Bring her with us. The 2 males can wait in the impound.
Impound was a prison holding for those waiting for judgment by the king or other official. Wraiths didn't run their clan much differently than Night Flame or the other 2 houses. Voss's dragon didn't like his mate being in the hands of the wraith. It took all his control to keep the beast contained.
You can't take her.
Grimm rounded on him, baring his teeth.
I can. This is my land, and you are an uninvited guest.
The wraith started pulling Gianna in the opposite direction from where Voss and Azar were being taken. Panic gripped Voss's heart.
She is the future queen. Be sure you remind Zonder of the agreement.
His heart pounded as he watched Gianna leave with the ghost, while he and Azar were being taken to the hellhole holding cell. He glanced over and met Azar's wild stare.
He looked like he was about to rip the heads off the wraiths around them.
They couldn't risk another war, and if they fought off the guards and killed them, the Wraith King would retaliate. Voss couldn't take that risk. Their mate was headed to see Zonder. Voss prayed that Gianna would be okay and able to get the information they needed. Because if anything happened to her, no one would be able to stop him from waging war on the Wraiths. Chapter 16. Gianna scowled at the 2 men dragging her down a dingy hallway. She had to jog to keep from falling. You can loosen your grip. I'm not going anywhere. And slow the hell down. Neither of the 2 holding onto her arms looked at her or made any noise to acknowledge that she had even spoken. The one that spoke to Voss seemed to be the head security guy or something. He glanced back, and with a single nod, the 2 silent demons released her. She sagged in relief while rubbing her arms. She hoped they weren't going to be bruised. Assholes. They turned the corner, then paused at a set of double doors. The security dude demon placed a hand on the metal frame. Within seconds, the door opened. The creaking of the hinges echoed off the walls. The silent twins paused, then at the same time gestured for her to go inside. She entered the room and scanned her surroundings. Fire lamps attached to the walls illuminated the room. The stone walls were either black or dark gray. She couldn't tell from the poor lighting. The first thing that popped into her mind was, "Welcome to Lucifer's lair." When she glanced straight ahead, she saw Lucifer himself. Sitting upon a throne made of black metal, most likely iron, sat the King of the Wraiths. While he wasn't the Prince of Darkness, he definitely put off the Satan vibe. He dressed in all black. His hair, oddly enough, was pure white and brushed the tops of his shoulders. She stepped closer, but the head of security stopped her with the hand on her arm.
She released a heavy sigh, probably a little more dramatic than needed. She didn't care.
Hi, I'm Gianna. I'm Voss and Azar's mate. We've come to ask for your help. The Queen's crown was stolen from our home yesterday afternoon.
Zonder glanced to the guard, then back to her. Gianna, where are your mates? Gianna held in a snort and pointed to the security demon.
He said they weren't allowed to come, so he brought me instead.
She swore she saw the king's lips twitch in amusement. She took that opportunity to continue.
We have video surveillance of the wraith who stole the crown.
The king's amusement disappeared, and he fisted his hands over the arms of his throne. You dare come here and accuse my people of stealing from you? 1, 2, 3. Breathe, Gianna.
I come here to ask you to ID the thief. I said a wraith, not your people, as in one being. That is not accusing the whole clan.
He was off his throne and in front of her before she could blink. His hands still curled into fists. Crimson flashed in his eyes as he glared at her. She got the feeling he wanted to grab her, choke her. He was keeping himself in check in the same manner her guys did when facing Jericho and Arden when they posed a threat to her. Zonder's eyes moved to the marks on her neck. He relaxed and backed off. She pointed to silent twin number 1 and said,
He has the backpack with the video. Just watch it. All we want is the crown back. The last thing we want is another war.
She stood with her spine straight and had no idea where the courage came from, because inside she was shaking. Snatching the pack from the wraith, Zonder pulled out the tablet. He powered it on and watched the video, all the while he worked his jaw. At the very end, when the wraith's face was visible briefly, Zonder let out a growl. Shoving the tablet inside the pack, he handed it to her. But he let it go before she could grip it. She scrambled to catch it before it fell to the ground. The king turned to his guard. Get Daigen and bring him to me.
Gianna stared at him wide-eyed. He's here?
Zonder shrugged. I doubt it. He was told to leave and to never come back. But he doesn't listen well.
Then why send your guard off to get him if you don't think he's here?
Zonder held her gaze for a minute. The corners of his mouth twitched. Because if Daigen is not here, then Grimm will bring his sister.
Wait, you still have females?
She hadn't got that far into her research to discover if there were females still alive. Maybe she should have asked her guys. Zonder glanced at the 2 silent wraiths. Leave us. Instantly, they turned on their heels and left the room. Zonder made his way back to his throne and sat. We didn't fight in the war. I refuse to put my people in jeopardy for petty, territorial, greedy bastards. Gianna was almost offended, then remembered they were evil spirit demons. They didn't know any better.
Among them are many non-greedy bastards trying to fight one power-hungry, insane rogue who started the war in the first place.
Footsteps drew her attention to the door. The guard who Zonder called Grimm entered. He was trailed by the small female. She made her way to the throne with her head bowed. Sadness and fear rolled off her as she spoke.
Daigen hasn't been home for months. He left as you commanded. He said something about making the shifters pay and reawakening a war. He didn't make sense.
Zonder's forehead creased, and the muscles in his jaw flexed like he was trying to hold back his anger. Do you know what this means? The female bobbed her head, still not looking Zonder in the eye. Gianna got the sense the girl would not see her brother alive again. It kind of broke her heart at the same time. However, he broke a law and had gone rogue. Zonder directed Grimm toward Gianna. "Escort the Dragon Queen back to her transporter. I want to talk with Sonia."
Gianna jerked her gaze to Zonder. "What about Azar and Voss?"
"They will be there when you arrive, unharmed."
"Thank you." She turned to Grimm, who motioned to the door. She was beginning to see how he got his name. Daigen watched as Zonder's guards took the Dragon King and his advisor back to their transporter. Voss growled, and Azar demanded to have their female back. The idiots. The female belonged to Arden. Daigen was going to help his new alpha get her. He'd been watching her for the last couple days. She was smitten with the dragons and would do anything to help them, including getting the queen's crown back. A slow smile tugged at his lips. Sneaking into the mansion was too easy. While he was in the library with the female, he was tempted to take her as well. But the idea of luring her out with breadcrumbs to find the crown sounded like fun. Then Arden would see him as a strong male and make him the beta of his new pack. After all, Daigen was a valuable asset. He was a wraith and could get into places the shifters couldn't. Once he was made beta, he'd show Zonder who was stronger. Chapter 17. Voss paced beside the transporter. He focused on each step so he wouldn't go back inside the compound and search for Gianna. The wraith guards dropped them off at the vehicle. No explanation. He assumed it meant they were bringing Gianna out. That was over 30 minutes ago.
"They have 5 more minutes and I'm going in."
Azar growled, agreeing with him. His best friend leaned against the transporter with his arms crossed and a lethal scowl on his face as he stared into the dark forest of the wastelands. Then he saw her. She rushed toward them. Voss and Azar met her halfway. When they reached her, she leapt into their arms, hugging them close.
"Thank goodness you are okay. I was worried."
Voss buried his nose into her neck and laughed.
"We were worried more."
Grimm stepped closer to them. Azar snarled out, "What?" The wraith wasn't fazed by Azar's reaction to him. He ignored Azar and handed Voss a slip of paper.
"Daigen is not welcome at the compound. If he shows, he's dead. This is the last known location of Arden and his rogues. I'm not sure if the piece of shit wraith is there. When you find Daigen, do what you wish with him."
Voss took the paper and curled his upper lip.
"You could have just told us this to begin with."
Grimm smirked.
"Zonder wanted to meet your female. She held her own against him. Your queen has gained an ally."
Glancing down at Gianna, Voss traced a finger down her cheek. Before Voss could thank the wraith, he disappeared. Gianna wrapped an arm around his waist. "Let's go home."
"I second that."
Azar tugged Gianna out of Voss's embrace. A smile lifted Voss's lips, and he glanced down at the note Grimm gave him. A frown replaced his smile. Dread settled in.
"I want to check this out."
He held up the paper.
"Arden may be more organized than we think."
Azar snatched the paper from him, then growled.
"Fuck, isn't this the old training center? That's not the same place Keon is checking on." "That one could have been a ploy to keep you busy."
Voss crumbled the paper and shoved it in his pocket. Gianna met Voss's gaze. "What training center?" Voss gestured to the transporter.
"We'll explain on the way."
They pulled to a stop at the edge of a small cliff and got out of the vehicle. Gianna stayed close to the guys. They said the training center was once used by Wintervale during the war. The old Alpha used it for training and punishing his soldiers. When Jericho took over the pack, he closed the facility. It's been abandoned ever since. Or so they thought. They crept to the edge and squatted, then lay on their stomachs so they wouldn't be seen. Gianna scanned the center. It was more like a camp. One main building stood in the center, with smaller buildings scattered around the yard. And there were a lot of shifters roaming the grounds. Arden was using the center as home base. He was definitely planning something big. Was he forming an army like Cedric had? He's been planning this for a while, Gianna said. Azar nodded. It appears so. Do you think the crown is in there? Gianna wondered if Arden even had it. She didn't see any signs of dark magic that would indicate a wraith was there. As far as she understood, wraiths needed the energy running in the wastelands to thrive. It was part of them and kept them strong. Voss scooted off the rock and motioned for them to follow. Soon as they were on the ground again, he said, I'll get Brazen and Keon on surveillance. We need to figure out what Arden's plan is. We can come back at night and see what they're up to. Gianna lifted her chin as she smirked at her guys. They shook their heads, and Voss said, You are not going anywhere near there. Gianna pressed her lips together and held her tongue. She wouldn't argue with him. Then again, when she thought about it, there were too many of them living inside the rogue camp. So what are we going to do? Azar took her hand and tugged her to the transporter. We have enforcers that specialize in getting information. We'll let them gather the intel, then decide. It is possible that Arden is just simply starting a new pack. It happens. Voss nodded. We need to inform the other alphas, though. I'm afraid there's not much we can do if Arden hasn't directly challenged any of us. The crown being stolen is not evidence enough to go after Arden. For now, we'll focus on the Wraith and see what his connections are to Arden, if any. Gianna wasn't very patient when it came to all the politics, but she understood it. She climbed in the back seat of the transporter, figuring Azar would take shotgun. Instead, he sat in the back with her. Once he was settled, he drew her to him so she rested her head on his chest. Soon sleep pulled her under. Chapter 18. Gianna didn't wake until the next morning, which was unlike her. Sitting up in bed, she stretched, then listened. The house was quiet. She frowned. Where were the guys? After a quick shower, she made her way to the kitchen. An older man stood on the other side of the island, chopping vegetables. If he was human, Gianna would have guessed he was in his 60s. Since he was alien, she wasn't sure of his age. He could have been much older. Hello, I forgot Voss said the staff would be back today. He gave a little bow and offered her a seat at the kitchen nook. What would you like for breakfast, miss? She thought about it and was unsure what to order. Something sweet with berries. You know where Voss and Azar are? At the council meeting, miss. They should be back soon. He disappeared around the corner. Gianna assumed it was the pantry. She hadn't much time to investigate all the rooms in the house, so she wasn't as familiar as she liked to be with her new home. What is your name? He came back and offered her a warm smile. Finn. She held out her hand. It's nice to meet you, Finn. I'm Gianna. He dipped his head and averted his gaze from her. She swore she saw his cheeks turn pink. Yes, miss, I know. It's Gianna. You can call me Gianna or Gia. You're wasting your breath. Gianna turned at the sound of Madden's voice. What do you mean? Finn doesn't call anybody by their first name, and since you will be the queen, he will never call you by your first name. Madden glanced around the kitchen before focusing on her. I have to run to the hospital, take care of some office things. It shouldn't take too long. In fact, Voss and Azar were about 5 minutes behind me. I left the meeting early to check on you and Vanessa before going to the hospital. Okay, I'll be fine. I might get some more research done, but it seems like it's going to be a beautiful day, so I might go to the gardens and read. The smell of coffee made Gianna smile. Then Finn placed a cup in front of her along with a small cup of milk. Thank you. Finn bowed his head and went back to making breakfast.
My number along with the other guys' numbers are in the study. Call if you need anything or see anything suspicious before Voss and Azar get home.
Gianna lifted her cup. Will do. When Madden left, Gianna stared out the window. The trees blew in the breeze and the sun shone brightly. It really was going to be a pretty day. Fen, I'd like to take my breakfast in the sunroom.
Sure, miss. I'll bring it to you.
She exited the kitchen and across the living room to the double glass doors leading out to the sunroom. She wrapped her hands around her coffee cup. The warmth seeped into her palms as she settled into a comfy wicker chair. The windows were open, allowing the cool breeze to drift into the room. Moments later, Finn brought out her breakfast, then left her alone. She noticed a tablet lying on the small table beside her chair. She picked it up and turned it on. It opened to the map of the compound where Arden was building his little community of rogues. It was odd. Why would one of her guys leave the tablet open like that? Unless it was one of the others, and they were here recently. She stared at it for several moments and then flipped through the screens. Each was of a different area of the compound. Surely the guys didn't have time to set up cameras around the place. So they must have been there. Amusement lifted her lips. Brazen was the techie dragon. He must have tapped into Arden's security system. Suddenly, the screen flickered, then shut off and flashed back on. Arden's face appeared on the screen. Her heart hammered in her chest, and she almost dropped the tablet. A slow smile lifted Arden's features. Good morning. I figured it wouldn't take you long to nose around and find the pack. Since Brazen insists on spying on me, I use his own technology against him. Gianna drew her brows together and pursed her lips. What do you want? Arden laughed. I want a lot of things. I want Voss to step down from being king of the planet. I want Jericho to pay for kicking me out of the pack. And I want my people to be included in this surrogate program. His people? So he was building a new pack. There are many ways to get what you want, other than getting revenge. Making threats and stealing from the king is not one of them. Arden's features turned angry, but there was a mixture of surprise. I didn't steal from anybody. Gianna stared into the screen, trying to keep her facial features neutral. Do you not have a wraith living in your pack? Arden narrowed his eyes. Daigen. The wraith's name was said with a growl. What has he done? Gianna lifted one shoulder. I figured you'd have a better handle on your people. We have evidence that he broke into the mansion and stole the queen's crown. Arden cursed. Then the connection cut off and the screen went black. A moment later, the video of the compound flashed back on. She glanced up and noticed Azar standing in the doorway watching her, a frown on his face. Daigen is working on his own, she guessed out loud. Azar moved closer and sat beside her. It would seem that way. Or Arden is a damn good actor. But why? Azar took the tablet from her, turned it off before setting it on the table. I'm not sure. The wraith could be just crazy. Most rogues are. She didn't know much about how the criminally insane worked. Leaning into him, she kissed him. Instantly, he pulled her out of her chair and onto his lap, deepening the kiss. A moan escaped her, and she straddled him. The clearing of a throat broke them apart. She looked up and saw Finn with a smirk on his face, patiently waiting. He handed her an envelope. Miss, this came for you. Frowning, she took the envelope,
but before she could open it, Azar took it. Gianna glanced at Finn. "Thank you." He bowed and left them alone. Gianna watched Azar pull out a note from the envelope. He worked his jaw as he read it. She glanced at it. "What is it?" Azar gave it to her. "Daigen is playing games and wants to do a scavenger hunt." "What?" She read the note, and dread settled in the pit of her soul. The crown holds many secrets. In the wrong hands, it could be the end of all the things you love. If you want it back, then come and get it. I'll leave clues. Your first one is below and will lead you to the next one. The night skyline appears to be on fire from this location. See you soon." Gianna met Azar's gaze. His eyes were almost pure silver. "What does the clue mean?" He shook his head. "You are not going to follow his crazy trail." "I will if it means I get the crown back." She stood and crossed her arms. What did he mean by the crown holds secrets? Azar tapped his fingers in the arms of the chair he sat in. He stared at her, and she thought he wasn't going to tell her. When she opened her mouth to demand an answer, he said, "The crown holds the power of all the queens who wore it. The magic can only be activated by the current queen." "Then it's useless to him, but we still have to get it back." Azar sighed, then ran his hand through his hair. "It's useless as long as he doesn't have you too." He reached for her and wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her to him. "I can't let you go after it." She cupped his face and stared into his green and silver gaze. "That's why you and Voss are going with me." "Where are we going?" Voss filled the doorway to the sunroom. He wore a royal blue dress shirt and black slacks and looked like he just stepped out of the alien issue of GQ. Gianna handed him the note. "We're going on a scavenger hunt." Voss glanced at Azar. The male shook his head. "She's stubborn. I don't doubt she'd go on her own if we don't go with her." They focused on Gianna. She lifted her chin. "We need to get the crown back. It's mine. Well, will be." "It's a trap," Voss said through his teeth. She shrugged. "I'd be disappointed if it wasn't." When stepping closer to her, she held up a hand. "I've faced off with an alpha wolf and a wraith king. Daigen has no power or position. Am I right?" "You're right. He is also a rogue and crazy." Voss held out a hand. She took it and drifted to him. "We are strong together." "We'll prepare for a fight." Azar paced. "I'll text Keon and Davin on our way out." Voss tugged Gianna inside the mansion and to the study. Once in there, he went to his desk and opened the top drawer. 5 trackers sat in their chargers. The devices were the size of his pinky nail and clipped to any surface, including skin. He grabbed 3 of them and handed one to Gianna. "Put that behind your ear. It doesn't matter which one. You may feel a prick as it attaches to you." "What is it?" She picked it up and studied it. "It's a location signal. I'm not losing you to that bastard or to Arden. Plus, it will make me feel better if you wore it." He watched her place the tracker behind her right ear. She scrunched up her face and sucked in a breath. "You and Azar are wearing one too. I'm not losing either of you." Azar picked his up and put it in place. "You got it. They help in case we get separated." Voss agreed. "If that happens, press down on the tracker and hold it for 2 seconds. It will send a signal to Keon. He will come get you or send someone close by." "Great. Are we ready?" "Hold on," Azar said. "You need warmer clothes for where we're going." Chapter 19. Gianna shivered as Voss, in dragon form, landed on a snowy mountaintop. The guys had her bundled up in layers of clothes, plus a heavy coat. She was grateful, too. When she slid off Voss's back, her boots sank into the snow. A few feet away, Azar touched down and shifted into his human form, fully clothed. She wondered if he conjured the clothes by magic, or wore a magic item that held their clothes when they shifted. As if sensing her staring at him, he turned and raised a brow. She moved closer to him. "The clothes." He smiled. "Dragons have more magic abilities than the other shifters." "Good to know." Voss came up beside her. "Are you warm enough?" "Yeah, for now." Azar wrapped an arm around her. "We won't be here too long. Come on." Voss moved forward toward the edge of the cliff. She scanned the area. There wasn't anything up there except snow and ice. When she reached the edge and stood between Voss and Azar, they pointed. She glanced down and didn't see anything at first. Voss tapped her on the hand. "Look through the sheet of ice." She did, and gasped. The city below looked so small and like it was on fire. "How?" Azar chuckled. "It's how the ice reflects the lights. Plus, the snow and ice up here are magical." "Cool." Voss moved around the edge of the mountain. She guessed he was looking for the next clue. Turning, she roamed her gaze over the snow. The crazy wraith probably got them up there to push them off. No, she shouldn't think like that, because she'd freak herself out. Then something flashed a few feet away. She rushed to where it was. Half buried in the snow was a silver foiled envelope. She picked it up. "I found it." Azar was the first to reach her as she pulled out the note. "Home is where you fall." What the hell does that mean? She glanced at Voss, then Azar. They shook their heads. Then the mountains started shaking. The crazy shithead really was going to push them off the mountain. The quake threw her off balance. The ground under her opened and the section she was standing on drifted away from her guys. Panic burned in her gut. Then she remembered the tracker behind her ear. She pressed the button, hoping help would get there soon. Before she drifted further from her guys or crashed to the earth below, she screamed and ran to them. When she reached the large gap, she jumped, feeling a swoop of air behind her. Her feet landed on the edge, but they slipped from under her. She fell into a free fall. Her heart was in her stomach. Then she landed on something. Looking down, she saw a red dragon. Davin. He'd dove into the crater when she tried to jump over. She was more than thankful for Voss insisting she wear the tracker. Soon Voss's silver dragon and Azar's black one came into sight. Relief flooded her, and she leaned against Davin's neck and closed her eyes. It seemed like seconds when they landed in the backyard of the royal estate. Voss was the first to reach her as she climbed from Davin's back. In dragon form, he was bigger than her guys. Maybe just taller. Voss gathered her in a tight hug and kissed her neck where his mark was. His body shook, and she hugged him back and sank into his arms. From behind, Azar wrapped his arms around her and Voss. She glanced over Voss's shoulder and caught Davin's gaze. She mouthed, "Thank you." He gave her a half-smile and inclined his head before he walked off toward the cottages along the river where the others lived. Azar spoke with his head on her shoulder. "Davin escaped the group hug." Voss chuckled. It was shaky, like he was trying to not show just how scared he was. "We'll get him later." "Does he not like hugs?" Gianna asked. Voss scooped her up in his arms and carried her to the house. "Davin likes to be alone." Gianna frowned. Kat thinks he doesn't like her. Azar opened the back door for them. "That's why Voss told him to work with her on the enforcement agency. It'll do him some good to learn people skills." Amusement lightened her mood. When they entered the living room, Voss called out to Finn. The male dragon appeared almost instantly. "Yes, my lord?"
We'll take lunch in here.
Finn bowed and left the room. Voss set Gianna on the sofa and gave her a quick kiss.
I thought you were...
He looked away, and she touched his hand. That was why you had Dave in there. We were prepared. Well, as much as we could have been. She stood and took off her coat. I'm going to go change into something cooler.
We'll be here.
Azar winked at her. Her heart swelled. They were hers, and as soon as they found that crown and figured out what Daigen was up to, the more she could focus on being their mate and learning to be queen to their people.
Arden caught the fucker by the throat as he tried to sneak past him. Slamming Daigen's back against the wall of his living room, Arden growled, "Where is the queen's crown?"
Daigen's eyes went round.
The stench of his fear was sickening. Arden growled, allowing his alpha power to roll over the wraith. "I don't have the patience for your shit."
"It's in a safe place. I took it for you, to lure in the female."
Arden released Daigen and paced the great room of the home he shared with the select few of his pack. "I'm starting to see why Zonder kicked your ass out."
Arden didn't want Gianna by force. He wanted to woo her and seduce her,
then rub it in the dragon's face that he stole his female.
"Zonder is weak,"
Daigen spat on a growl.
"Besides, the Dragon King and his advisor have already marked the female."
Arden spun around. "What? When?"
Daigen shrugged and sidestepped his way to the other side of the room.
"Not sure. I noticed it today when I saw her with them."
Fury rolled inside him, building. His wolf snarled and begged to get out so he could track down Voss and Azar and kill them. He'd seen Gianna 2 days ago in the royal estate's gardens, and she was unclaimed. His plan to seduce the female wouldn't work. With the marks from her dragons, she wouldn't look twice at him. He glared at Daigen, and the male froze where he was. "What do you plan to do with the crown?"
"She wants it back. It is technically hers, since she will be queen soon. So I plan to lure her into a trap."
Daigen's mouth morphed into a wicked grin.
"I've already began the hunt. Just one more clue and she'll be where I want her."
Arden's mind whirled with possible scenarios.
"I'm changing the plan, and you will do as I tell you. Double-cross me, and I'll make your death slow and painful."
Chapter 20. Gianna settled back against Voss's chest and watched the flames flicker in the fireplace. Azar massaged her feet and calves. The pampering from her guys should have relaxed her, but she wasn't. The feeling that her newfound happiness was about to be ripped from her made her uneasy. Plus, the thoughts of her mom made her sad.
"What's wrong?"
Voss asked while running his fingers through her hair.
"I miss my mom, which isn't a new thing. I've missed her since she fell ill. There's nothing I can do about it. She fears the sight of me."
A lump formed in her throat. Azar frowned. "What do you mean?"
Gianna took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly. "She started to accuse me of being a spy for my father. I haven't seen the man since he left us. He stripped her of her confidence and self-esteem. That led to depression, and not long after, she began to forget things."
Azar moved closer, so he sat next to Voss, and she was in both their laps.
"Sorry."
"It happens. There's nothing anyone can do." Gianna blinked away the tears. "Anyway, the mom I know and love died a long time ago. She's being taken care of and has her brother to oversee her needs." The guys fell silent, and she wondered if they were having one of their telepathic conversations again. She didn't comment. They'd tell her eventually. Finally, Voss spoke.
I'll talk with Madden to see if there is something we can do. Our technology is far more advanced than humans. I can't promise anything, but I'll talk with him."
She sat up and turned to face him. "Really?"
He smiled. "Don't get your hopes up. I'm not sure our treatments work on humans."
"The idea that you will try or even look into this is enough for me. Vanessa was a doctor. She can provide him with more information."
Gianna threw her arms around him and kissed him.
"Thank you."
Just then, an explosion sounded from the backyard, shaking the house. The three of them jumped to their feet. Gianna's heart hammered as fear and dread rushed through her veins. "What's going on?" Voss growled low. "We're under attack." Azar rushed to the back door. Gianna and Voss followed. When they reached the door, Voss framed her face. "Stay inside." She nodded and he darted out. Her body trembled all over. Moving to the large bay window, she gasped. One of the storage buildings several yards from the main house was engulfed in flames. Voss called out to Azar and pointed to the building. Azar gave a nod and rushed to the fire. Voss ran in the opposite direction, out of her sight. The urge to go outside was strong. Not being able to see Voss spiked her anxiety tenfold. She focused on Azar as he rushed to the burning building. By the time he got halfway there, he was hit by a fireball. Gianna screamed, not able to see Azar anymore due to the flames covering him. "No!" Behind her, the front of the mansion blew open. Glass and wood shattered and flew in all directions. Flames crawled up the walls on either side of the huge hole. Daigen materialized directly in front of her. Fear stole her breath. She thrust her hands out to push him away, but he ghosted and she fell forward. Off balance, she stumbled to keep from falling. The wraith reappeared and grabbed her by the waist and ran. Gianna kicked and screamed while digging her nails into his arms, trying to pry them apart. She glanced at the fire in the middle of the yard, and her heart hurt. Azar! Tears streamed down her face. Daigen threw her into a van-style transporter. She got up to push her way out, but he blew a powdery substance into her face. "Sleep well." Darkness crept over her, and her body became heavy. No, she had to get out of there. Her eyes drifted close, and she sank to the floor as sleep pulled her under. Azar shifted into his dragon while a ground-shaking roar blasted from him. His wings stretched out before settling against his back. The flames licked at his skin as it crawled over him. He welcomed the heat and the pain. Fire was his element. Whoever was behind the attack should have done their fucking research. Then again, it could have been a distraction. Another roar ripped through him. Fury fueled his raw need to protect his mate. He absorbed the fire around him and turned it into the lethal fuel he needed to seek his revenge. The Wraith, or Arden, or whoever, would not take his mate and live. When the fire faded into smoke, Azar shifted back to his humanoid form just as Voss rounded the corner of the house. He'd gone that way, chasing a male. Voss crossed the yard with murder in his gaze. "Arden's rogues were here." Gianna. They left her alone. Azar rushed to the house. When he entered, dread and rage slammed into him. The front of the mansion had been blasted open. Gianna was gone. Voss growled. Smoke rolled from his nostrils and his eyes were pure silver. "I smell that wraith." Azar nodded. "The bastard took her. I know he did. He threw a motherfucking fireball at me and took her. I'm going to kill him." Voss roared. The sound was deep and rattled the windows in the mansion as well as the smaller homes scattered around the grounds. I'll call Grim to see how to track a wraith."
"No need." Grim stepped out of the shadows, taking solid form. "I know where he is."
Chapter 21. Gianna paced the dirty, musty cell. Her heart ached while her insides seethed with anger. She couldn't get the images of the fireball hitting Azar, consuming him, out of her mind. A sob choked her, and she stopped pacing, wrapping her arms around her waist. She couldn't lose Azar. He was one part of her new life. Okay, stop it, Gia. He's a dragon, and dragons breathe fire. But did they control fire? Would he have survived being burned? What about Voss? She never saw where he went. Releasing her middle, she began pacing again, her hands fisted at her side. That wraith was going to pay.
"I can't decide if you are plotting my death or mourning the death of your mate."
Daigen's deep, husky tone echoed off the stone walls moments before he took solid form outside the cell door. She narrowed her gaze on him and curled her lip. "Why don't you share your plans, and I might share mine?" One dark brow rose, then he laughed.
"My plan is simple. I want Voss to suffer. I plan to torture you in front of him. Killing his best friend was a bonus. Then I'll hand you over to Arden to play with."
"Not happening, asshole. What did Voss do to you?"
"His family bound my people to the wastelands. We can't survive long outside of the dark region."
His voice rose as he spoke, and his eyes did a weird color change from black to dark crimson to black again. It kind of freaked her out. As his words sank in, she was certain Daigen was insane. Certifiable. Gianna knew the wraiths chose to live in the wastelands. The dark power flowing beneath the ground was their own power. In fact, the wastelands were a beautiful paradise before the wraiths claimed it as their home. They were the ones to change it to the dark place it was currently. "So, you're upset because you got kicked out of your homeland? What did you do to make Zonder expel you?" She crossed her arms, her fury building. The arrogant shithead worked his jaw and fisted his hands.
"You know nothing about me."
"I know that if you return home, you will be killed. You're a rogue." One day she'd learn to keep her opinions to herself. This day was not it. She was too pissed and heartbroken. To add fuel to the fire, she added, "I know you are a part of Arden's new rogue pack, and Arden doesn't like Voss either. Oh wait, are you trying to impress your new alpha?" Daigen reached out too fast for her to track and gripped her throat, cutting off her air. He jerked her into the bars of her cell. The metal bit into her hip.
"Torturing you and your mate will be a pleasure."
He released her. She gasped and crumbled to the floor, fighting to catch her breath. Crazy-ass demon?
"You shouldn't taunt him, not even with the truth."
Gianna jerked her gaze up and shook her head at Grim as he took solid form outside her cell. Daigen was gone. Apparently the truth hurts. She studied him while pushing herself up to a stand. "How long have you been there? Why couldn't he sense you?"
"He's been cut off from the clan. Plus I can block him. Benefits of being the Wraith King's personal guard. I just arrived when he grabbed you."
Grim pursed his lips and his gaze darkened. He opened the cell.
"Go down the hall and take your first left. Then take the stairs. At the top is a door to where he is keeping the crown."
She glared at him for a few moments. "Why are you helping me?" One side of his mouth lifted.
Because Zonder likes you and sent me to help. She was sure there was another reason. Maybe the Wraiths will need a favor later. She wasn't sure and wasn't going to question it. How did Zonder know she needed help? Were they also psychics? No time to figure out the demons. She ran down the hall, following Grimm's directions. When she came to the door, she pressed her ear to it and listened. The room sounded empty, so she slowly turned the knob and pushed it open. No one was inside. In fact, there wasn't much in the room except a few cabinets hung on the back wall and a small round table in the center. The crown sat on a black velvet pillow in the middle of that table. Intuition told her this was a setup. The crown could have been wired to explode as soon as she touched it. Okay, Gia, you're as crazy as the rogue, and watch way too much TV. She stepped farther inside, her eyes locked on the crown. Her heart pulsed in her head, and her body was so tense. When she reached the table, a noise sounded from the door. She froze and waited. What seemed like minutes went by before he spoke. "Are you all right?" Tears burst from her eyes and streamed down her face. Azar! She turned and flew at him, wrapping her arms around his waist. "I thought—" "Shh." He kissed her forehead, then framed her face and lifted so her eyes locked with his. "It'll take a lot more than a fireball to kill me." Voss came into view then. He bunched his brows and creased his forehead. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head. Voss scowled and moved past her to pick the crown up from the table. When he came back, he kissed her mouth, then said, "You will tell me the truth when we get home." She sagged in Azar's arms and nodded. "We need to get out of here." Azar took her hand and tugged her out the door. Voss followed. When they descended the stairs, Voss directed them to another door to their left. The door opened to the outside. Gianna glanced and frowned. The wastelands? I thought Daigen was banned from here. Azar shook his head. Just the Wraith compound, not the whole wastelands. Not much of a punishment. I'd have to suggest to Zonder that rogues are banned from all wastelands so they can suffer a slow death. Gianna glanced up at Voss. What? Have you always had these murderous tendencies? His lips lifted in a slow, wicked smile. She shrugged, fighting a giggle. I'm stressed out. It's the Wraith's fault. They started to jog away from the building when a group of demonic-looking dogs rounded the corner. Standing at least 6 feet tall, the beasts snarled, bearing long, sharp teeth. Gianna stepped back, fear making her blood turn to ice. Azar cursed. Fucking hounds. I knew it was too easy. Voss snarled at the hounds. This has to be Arden. There's no way Daigen is powerful enough to control them. You are right. Arden exited the door behind them, and Gianna whirled around. The movement put her back to Voss's. Her mate put the crown in her hand. When I say, put that on your head. What? She wasn't going to question him. Sure, she'd put the crown on, even though she didn't understand why he wanted her to. Arden glanced down at the crown in her hand, and she tightened her grip. The rogue lifted his hand, and the hounds growled, then howled. Fear froze her blood. Were they calling more hounds? Voss? Listen to me carefully. Voss took her free hand and kept his voice low. The crown holds the power of all the queens who wore it. Because I've claimed you, the crown will recognize you as the new queen. And gift me with the power? She guessed. Azar stood beside her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Yes, Voss and I are to take the power over if it overwhelms your system.
Pounding of what sounded like 100 more hounds running at them sparked Gianna's fear even more. She was confused, pissed off, and scared. Above them, in the distance, she heard the screeches of dragons. Backup was on its way. Steeling her spine, Gianna glared at Arden. "Where is Daigen? Is he too much of a coward to play with the dragons?" Arden raised his brows as if he was amused by her question. "I killed him. You're right, he was a coward. Besides, he lied to me. He was supposed to bring you to me instead of this place." Voss squeezed her hand while Azar moved his down her back. Then she heard Voss's voice in her mind. "If you can hear me, don't let Arden know you can. Since Azar and I have already marked you, all you have to do is open your heart and accept us as your mates. The bond will snap into place." That was good to know. They had told her the bond would connect them on a psychic level. Since she heard Voss's telepathic message, she wondered if the bond was already starting to form. Meeting Arden's stare, she frowned. "I thought you were nice and wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. That's my problem. My heart is too big. I want to see the good in people. However, you showed me that some can't be helped." "Why are you stalling?" Ha! He didn't like her playing his game. "Why are you? You're the one with the hounds surrounding us." His forehead creased in an angry line, and he worked his jaw. "I don't want to hurt you." "Then send the hounds away and go home." She lifted her hand with the crown in it and studied the beautiful artwork engraved in the gold. Each point had a different gem inlaid in it. As she moved it, she saw the magic rippling in the stones. "I'll do as you wish if you come with me. Be my mate and rule at my side." Arden stepped closer, and she had to plant her feet in place. Voss and Azar tensed beside her. "I can't." She let go of Voss's hand so she could hold the crown in both of hers. "I'm already mated. Voss and Azar are my heart." "Stop!" Arden stepped forward again, but stopped when she raised the crown above her head. Panic set into his eyes. "Don't do it. You don't understand the power it holds. It's too strong for you. It'll rip you apart." "Don't listen to him," Azar said. Voss growled. "He's trying to distract you." She knew that. Arden was no better than her father, the man who lived to tear down her mother. Gianna blamed him for her mom's illness. "I accept my mates in my heart and soul. Together, we are unstoppable." Energy filled her, Voss's and Azar's. She breathed in, drawing in the air around her. A tap of power exploded within her. Then she could feel them. Her guys. It was like she could mentally reach out and touch them. It was amazing. "Now, Gianna," Voss commanded. Without hesitation, she placed the crown on her head. Arden lunged for her while screaming, "No!" Voss and Azar rushed forward, blocking Arden's path to her. It was a good thing, too, because once the crown settled into place, a ripple of magic flowed over her. The power grew as it flowed through her, exploring. Her first instinct was to fight the feeling of energy and magic taking over. That only made it worse, and she began to panic. "Don't fight it!" Voss yelled back at her as he swung his fist into Arden's jaw. She heard a crack of bone, and she cringed. Azar had shifted into his dragon and was fighting off hounds as they attacked. Gianna's heart pounded. Their backup arrived in the form of 6 dragons. They landed around the hounds and roared. A howl cut through the air, and Gianna jerked her gaze to Arden. Either he was calling more hounds, or his rogues. Rage filled her, and she glared at the wolf. Then her body began to hum. The magic inside her was balancing, strengthening, and still growing. She glanced down at her arms, and her skin shimmered like Voss's did. Then she saw waves of dragon scales move over her flesh. Whoa! There was no time to question whether she was crazy or not. Just go with it. She raised her hands, and sparks of power arched between her fingers. Somehow, she knew she had to release the energy from within, or it just might rip her apart. Walking forward into the sea of hounds, she met the gazes of the dragons. They seemed to know what she was about to do because they backed off. That should have scared her, but she was calm and focused. It was like the magic was protecting her mind and soothing the panic. The hounds noticed her, and one by one they crouched low and growled. It reminded her of cats right before they pounced. Bring it. She thrust her hands out at the same time the hounds jumped for her. A blast of pale blue light shot out from her palms in all directions. Like a bomb went off, the hounds were thrown backward. They landed several yards away, yelping as they hit the ground. Many got up and ran off, while others didn't move. She wouldn't feel bad for them. They were about to kill her and her guys. It didn't escape her notice that they were also controlled by Arden. Turning to the wolf, she glared at him. He and Voss were still engaged in hand-to-hand. Both were still in human form, but Arden had shifted his hand into a claw and raised it in the air, about to bring it down on her mate. Stop! The command in her tone surprised her. It also drew Arden's attention. She advanced toward him, her hands raised and ready to blast him if she had to. I will not allow you to hurt my mates or anyone else. A wicked smile lifted his lips right before he vanished. What the ever-fucking hell? She glanced at Voss and Azar and pointed to the spot Arden stood moments ago. Did he teleport? A wave of dizziness fell over her as the power from the crown lessened. She stumbled a few steps. Voss caught her and scooped her up in his arms. Yes, and no, we didn't know he had the ability. From her side vision, she saw the other dragons move in close. She swore she could feel their concern for her, but was too tired to analyze it at the moment. We're taking you home to rest. Voss handed her to Azar, who cradled her to his chest. She sighed and snuggled into him. Home and rest sounded amazing. Chapter 22. Gianna had never done anything so thrilling and exciting and scary in her life. Not even when she faced the Wraith King or the freaky wasteland hounds. But riding on the back of a dragon was surreal. Even though it was her second time flying on Voss's back, she couldn't believe how amazing it was. Voss touched down in the front yard of his large estate. She slid off his back and couldn't ease the smile from her face. The hum of magic around her reminded her she still had the crown on. However, it wasn't as strong as it was in the wastelands. She faced Voss as he shifted from his beautiful silver dragon to his gorgeous human form. Azar landed a few feet from them. He shifted as soon as his claws touched the ground. Her guys. Her dragons. She held out her hands to them, and they advanced to her, enveloping her in their embraces. I love you guys. I don't care that it's only been a few days. The feeling of belonging and the sense of home is too strong to deny. Azar kissed her. I love you. I have since I saw you at the spaceport. Me too. Voss kissed her forehead and squeezed her. What do we do about Arden? Gianna pulled back enough to see his face. Azar lifted her with one arm under her knees and the other supporting her back. Arden is greedy and will get desperate. He'll go back and lick his wounds, then plot something else. Until then, we'll go on building the communities and bringing the people of the three houses together. Voss walked beside them as they made their way to the house. I'll get with Jericho and Micah and suggest we do a public announcement on the changes we're planning. The festival, that could help to get your girls more volunteers to help, and inform the people about a possible rogue pack forming. Hope bloomed in her belly. That's a great plan. The people needed to know the council was working to make peace and their lives better. They entered the house, and Gianna noticed a crew was already working on securing the large hole in front of the mansion. She wondered if Finn called the construction crew in to fix it. Her guys didn't comment on it as they passed the area. Azar went straight for the stairs. Gianna smirked. Where are we going? And you do know I can walk, right? You are tired and need to go to bed. A wicked smile formed on Azar's face. Voss nodded. We might keep you there for a while to make sure you're well rested after your ordeal. A laugh burst from her. If you two are in there with me, I can assure you there will be no resting involved. Just let us take care of you. Voss opened her bedroom door. Azar carried her to bed and laid her on it, then took the crown from her head. This is going back in the royal hoard room. I bet Brazen is already working on a security system that is wraith-proof. She sure hoped so. He might as well make the whole mansion wraith-proof. Voss stripped off his clothes and climbed on the bed. He's working on that too. Azar removed her pants, and she sat up and tugged her shirt over her head. Her earlier fatigue gone, replaced with desire for her two mates. She kissed Voss, then Azar. I love both of you. We love you too. Epilogue. 2 months later. Gianna stared at the test results in her hand. A mixture of overwhelming happiness, fear, and sadness whirled inside her. Are you sure this is right? She lifted her gaze to Madden, then to Vanessa. Both had ear-to-ear smiles on their faces. Gianna was sure Vanessa would burst with joy at any minute. They had locked themselves in her bedroom while Voss and Azar were out doing council business. The other males and females were downstairs waiting for the news. Madden took the test from her. 100%. After all, this is the third one I did. Plus, I took blood. You are pregnant. She was going to be a mom. Tears filled her eyes. Vanessa took her hands and sat on the bed beside her. What's wrong? I wish my own mom was here. Oh, hon. She hugged her. Then she and Madden fell silent. Gianna watched them closely. They didn't meet her gaze, and Madden walked to the bathroom to dispose of the test, then went to the door. We should go downstairs now. Voss and Azar will be back any minute. He left, and Gianna glanced at Vanessa. The other woman stood. Come on. What's going on? Nothing. Vanessa darted out the door too fast for it to be nothing. Vanessa? Tell me. She sighed and turned to her at the top of the stairs. I can't. I promised, and it's a capital offense to disobey the king. She smiled. Gianna crossed her arms. So is disobeying your queen. Oh, no. Don't do that to me.
Vanessa frowned briefly before her features brightened again. All I can say is it's a surprise. A wonderful, amazing, happy surprise. Just like the baby is your surprise. Gianna stared at her friend for a long while before dropping her arms to her side. She hadn't a clue what the guys had cooked up to surprise her with. They'd been so busy lately with the council and the other alphas, she wasn't sure what else they had time for. Besides making babies. Happiness bloomed within her. They were having a baby. The front door to the mansion opened, and Gianna's heart beat wildly. They were home. Vanessa squealed and rushed down the stairs. Gianna followed. When she reached the foyer, she froze. Tears surfaced again and blurred her vision. This was impossible.
Mom?
Brenda Harris turned and met Gianna's gaze. Baby. She ran to her and gathered her in a tight hug. I've missed you.
You remember me?
Gianna glanced at her guys.
How is this possible?
Voss motioned to the living room. I told you our technology is far more advanced. Madden and Vanessa were able to come up with a cure. Azar winked at her. We might have dropped a few hints on how the humans could develop their cure while we were there. Gianna wasn't sure her emotions would stay in check much longer. Her mom was here and healthy. Once in the living room, she drifted to her guys and wrapped an arm around both. I have my own little surprise announcement. The guys eyed her suspiciously, which made her laugh. Vanessa sat on Madden's lap. Tell them already. Gianna took a deep breath and blurted out her news on the exhale. I'm pregnant. This concludes Dragon's Jewel by Millie Taden. Narrated by Elizabeth Russell. Copyright 2018 by Millie Taden. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Millie Taden, care of Stone Song, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.